Now, there we go. Oh, hi, Hags. And how have you been? Now, just turn off that heater. Yeah, I think I'm ready. Yeah, what have we got to do? Oh, yeah, we're on the Brotherhood. We've got to cash in that quest. Tired. Same, actually. I'm always tired, Hags. Lack of sleep. Decent sleep. I average about 4 to 5 hours a day. Albeit broken. And then blood pressure has made me even more tired, if that's possible. But never sleepy. Well, I know I'm one. Yeah, it could be it could be an iron deficiency as well. You know, a certain diet missing something can do that. Do you get much sleep, Hacks? Yeah. What would you average? Let's say of unbroken sleep, which is very important. Like 6 hours a day is it's pretty good. That's what I used to work on. Oh, you've got chronic insomnia. Yeah. I can drop off for a few hours. Yeah. If I'm lucky, maybe even 3, 4 hours. Depends how tired I am. Oh, I see. That can make it. I had a friend who had some sleep problems, and he got some sleeping tablets, and now, yeah, he just needs them to sleep. You know. Oh. So the sleep issues. Let's say, with me, it's simple enough. It's pain, kind of sciatica. You know, from the neck muscle. It's like a deep muscle pain, kind of like like runner's cramp, something like that. Yeah. Caffeine. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. I do know my wife, when she drinks caffeine, it's almost impossible for her to sleep. Well, caffeine will keep you awake, all right. Hmm. Yeah, it's just sheer pain. It's not too bad. You get used to it, Hex. You know, as strange as it may sound. Um, I could get rid of the pain, but it would require me taking some pretty strong painkillers. You know, I might as well be shooting up with a needle. Taking those. And don't get me wrong, I'm not anti-medication. You know, on the contrary. But I think if I can manage the pain, um, you know what I mean. Uh, I don't want to lose that part of me. You know, I want to be in full control. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. I doubt it's the caffeine alone, obviously. You know. But I remember in the beginning when this wasn't diagnosed, it took a while, it took a few weeks to figure out. They were looking for a tumor, and they were giving me a dose, and I was taking them. I took them for about a week or something. Oh my god, I was absolutely out of it. I knew they were really strong, they were really tiny, these tablets. They were actually green, which kind of suits the country, I suppose. But I used to break out in a cold sweat when I took these things. Yeah, it might as well have been a heroin, I suppose. Not that I know what that is, but some really serious painkillers. And to be honest, even those, you know, you could still feel the pain. It's very, very hard to kill the pain of sciatica. Anything got to do with your nerves, you know, very hard to do so. Oh well, it's not too bad, you know what I mean? I've learned to live with it, and I've learned, you know, when I get that pain really bad, if I lay in a certain position, you know, especially my left leg supporting that, you know, within 20 minutes it gets to a tolerable level. Yeah, it's not too bad. I tend to look on the positive side. You know, not what I've lost, but you know what I could have lost. You know, I could have been paralyzed. Well, silver lining. I got more time to game. I got tons of time to game. Right, let's do this. We're going to the Brotherhood. So, oh yeah, I've got to collect a reward. I didn't remember that one. Yeah, let's go do that. Want to make sure and keep up with this one. Make sure we clear this properly. So, what has your day been like, Max? Ah, there she is. That was handy.
Why can't the men in this city leave me alone? I'm truly grateful. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation. Now I just want to put the whole nasty business behind me.
Really? Hypocrite. Right.
Don't think you can barter.
Now, let me check my audio from here and see what it's like on my side. Oh, sugar, that's the wrong one. Oh, 1 second, I'll bring up another screen. God, how do I work this thing? There we go. Okay, where's the volume on this thing? Oh, hang on, that's stupid, it's on the other side. I absolutely hate these iPhones.
Me like I'm one of those damn shopkeepers.
Now, 1, 2, 3, testing. Perfect. Yeah, it's okay on this side. I always keep an iPhone on the background. It's an old one. It's something they were going to get rid of, but it's working quite good. But it's perfect for checking audio and making sure my stream is okay. The Xbox version of a monitor. Okay. Now, right, let's get this done. I get to throw diaries later. Hang on. Yeah, might as well take some of this junk because...
Ah, you're back. So, how went your first real contract? A bit more exciting than what Nazir's been offering, I'd wager?
Yeah, this place gets destroyed later anyway. Yeah.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed. You, my dear, are going to fit in here quite nicely. Now, I need your assistance with a matter of a more personal nature.
Hmm.
It's Cicero.
Oh
Ever since
yeah.
we arrived, his
This is
behavior's
interesting.
well,
Actually, the brother
erratic would
is...
be an understatement.
Yeah, it's
I
interesting
do
enough.
believe he is truly mad,
There's a few
but it's worse than
reasonable quests.
that. He's taken to locking himself in the Night Mother's chamber and talking to someone in hushed but frantic tones. Who is he speaking with? What are they planning? I fear treachery. Maybe so, but healthy paranoia has saved this sanctuary before.
Now, while she's
My
gabbling
guts
away,
tell
I'll
me that
get
Demetrius
something to
Fool
drink.
is up to something.
What do you want me to do? Well, that's obvious.
Dear brother, I need you to steal into that chamber and eavesdrop on their meeting. It'll be no use clinging to the shadows. They'll see you for sure. No, you need a hiding place. Somewhere they'd never think to look. Like inside the Night Mother's coffin.
Oh my. Okay.
Be that as it may, we have no other choice.
Oh, hi
We need
Croc.
to
Or...
remain unseen
hi O'Keefe.
before they meet, and report back to me with
And
what
how have you been?
learn.
What's your day been like? I'm only awake about 20 minutes, I think. Okay. Right.
So, quickly.
Now let's see where we're going with this quest. Perfect.
Get in the coffin before
Whispers
sunset.
in the dark. Yeah, the coffin. Now, let's see. I think it's up here. I'll have a look around. Let's see what we need to take. Yeah. Usually I'd never clean out one of these spots, but yeah, this will all be burned to the ground eventually. Okay, that's good enough. Right, let's get this quest underway. Nice. With your doggos, yeah? Yeah, there's nothing like a log fire, is there? And last time, well, I've got a wood burning stove, but it's very closed in, you know, one of those modern ones. But I remember my grandparents, they had that old kind of open fireplace. Yeah. Yeah, it's just something so homely about that, you know? Nice. Watching movies. Oh, cool. Nice way to spend the day. Log fire, your pets, and yeah, relaxing back. Couldn't complain with that. Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Yeah, this place will be taken down here anyway. Might as well clean it out. Okay. Oh. Yeah, it kinda goes downhill from here. Oh, that's strange, guys. Oh, not too bad. It's here.
Alone.
Oh, why? Thank you for saying that, O'Keefe.
No one will hear us, disturb us. Everything is going according to plan. The others, I've spoken to them, and they're coming around. I know it. The wizard
Probably the best part of the
perhaps even the
quest line.
and the
You know, especially if you didn't do this before.
What about you? Have you?
Kind of unexpected. That's what I like to see from quests.
No. No, of course not. I do the talking.
Oblivion was full of that.
The seeing and the saying.
Not knowing what you're getting
What do
yourself
you
into.
do? Nothing. Not
Oh, hi, Shrugsy. Yeah, pretty good, thank you.
angry.
And you? How have you been?
Cicero
How was your day?
Cicero always understands.
Definitely one of the more unusual characters,
You will
Cicero.
talk when you're ready, won't you?
I think did a good job on
Won't
him,
you?
to be honest. Oh, hi, Doodlist.
Night, mother.
Pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, I'm just on about 15 minutes-ish.
Cicero, such a humble servant, but he will never hear my voice, for he is not the listener.
Yeah, I remember the first time I played this. This kind of caught me by surprise here. Good, messing around with Skyrim and mods, nice. About to make some tea. Oh, sounds good.
I will speak to you, for you are the one. Yes, you who shares my iron too.
I hope the rumours are true they're doing a remaster of Oblivion. But even if they are,
Journey to
it'll probably be very, very, very underwhelming. They're not exactly known for doing a lot of work on remasters.
Cicero is sorry.
Updates.
I've tried so very hard, but I just can't find.
Oh, I do as well. I think I know exactly what they'd do.
the time
They'd mess about with the shading, like they did in Starfield, like they did in Fallout 4. They'd cause a ton of bugs, which they might or might not eventually patch. The graphics might be a tiny bit better. It'd be easy to do on Oblivion. And they'd add maybe 2 or 3, maybe 4 Creation Club type quests from some modders. And that's it, you know.
You have violated the sanctity
Yeah.
of the Night Mother's coffin.
I wouldn't trust them with a remaster, you're quite right.
Speak,
Yeah.
worm.
Yeah, we've been through this before, haven't we? And remember, that was with the Skyrim engine. That's like, you know, top notch for BGS. That's with the Creation engine. I wouldn't mind seeing Oblivion move to even the Creation engine, but that's a lot of work by BGS standards. You know, I am the one.
Spoke to you. More treachery. More trickery and
But they're legendary for using as much code and assets as they can from the previous game, which is why, you know, there's so many problems with all of their games.
Listener!
Good idea, I suppose, at the time, short term for that game. You know, getting it done faster and not having to do as much work. But limits a lot, you know, what you can do in the future. You keep, you know, reusing code, and that's relying to back some other code, and the chain goes on. She said, to tell you darkness rises when silence dies.
She said that. She said those words.
Standard practice should be every game should start from scratch.
Darkness rises
you know?
when silence dies. But those are the words. The
Yeah,
binding
it's
words.
they will. I suppose they'll eventually come out with it. They've got no choice now. I think
So I would know.
they've tried everything else for how long?
Talking to
You know, 12 years or more.
Then it's true.
Yeah, then they definitely need a hit.
Our Lady is back. She has chosen a listener.
But apparently, maybe 2027. Hard to know. Hmm. Oh, unbelievable, wasn't it? I absolutely give them the benefit of the doubt, you know. So Fallout 4 wasn't the worst. It definitely wasn't the best. Um, the story was iffy. You know, it wasn't bad. I've seen worse, but it was definitely worse than Skyrim. Um, for me, it was the building, as basic as it was, that kind of made the game. But that wouldn't work for everyone, I suppose. So I can see, where they're going with this. It was much worse than Skyrim. If you're in it for the quests and the immersion, the exploration wasn't bad. At least they held true to that. Although maybe the rewards were a little bit junk, you know. But still, that's it really. Anything else after that was, well, basically Elder Scrolls Online, which I wouldn't even add to it, to be honest. And Fallout 76. MMOs, horrible launches, and then they managed to get them to hold their own, which is not good enough, from a company like this. I don't know why or how 76 got on its feet, to be honest. But I suppose there was a market for that. It's a pity, it took them so long to kind of turn it around, of 76. So what do you think? Yeah. Is it what it seems to be? A kind of, well, like doing the miscellaneous quests on this, Oh yeah. I heard there's still a lot of bugs that persist, and they're very nickel and diming kind of stuff. Yeah. I remember, let's say, before the launch of Starfield, we were having a discussion, and some people were saying that, that the building will be quite good in Starfield. And I said, nah, at best it's going to be something like, we had on Skyrim a kind of set system, And true enough, it was even a little less than that, to be honest. But, it wasn't the worst, but extremely buggy. Especially at the ground levels and that. What would have fixed a lot of that would have been some simple things like a building platform to build on, to get above ground level. Stuff like that, but the building was very disappointing. But I knew the quests would have been, let's say, a lot worse than Fallout 4, but I never realised how far I could sink. And then I kind of realised that, the likes of, the Elder Scrolls and Fallout that would have a kind of established lore that I'd have to reasonably stick to, would keep the quests, maybe not the best, but, kind of understandable. Then when they started with Starfield, where they had a chance to, create a whole new lore system, you seen where they went with that. That is something from the Twilight Zone. Missing some key things, yeah. I know what you mean. It's just got no soul, yeah. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'm even surprised they came out with a DLC. But I think the reason they came out with that DLC, I think they have already had 80% of it when the game launched. I'm almost convinced that the vast majority of that was cut content. They love that, But this is, I remember before games had, DLCs and expansions and stuff like that. You used to get some pretty decent games. But if you think about it, if you know you're going to make 2 or 3 DLCs, haven't you got an incentive, let's say, to hold back a lot of stuff you already have for a game? You know, let's say if you work on a DLC. You know? Yeah. Absolutely, I think, yeah. And let's say, for instance, you remember the response that Todd had to the, well, I'll be diplomatic, the very lukewarm reception that had to Shattered Space, the DLC? But I heard his response, and he said the mistake that he made, so he owned up to it, was he shouldn't have released, that buggy they have? Yeah, I think everyone is calling it now the buggy. He shouldn't have released that and a few of the fix updates on the game. He should have waited and kind of added it to the DLC. And that would have been okay. Everybody would have been fine with the game and the DLC. The DLC would have been amazing then. So basically, he said it was his fault because he was too giving, too generous, and gave everyone a rubbish vehicle that couldn't be used. So, there's no hope for that company. Self-reflection is a good thing, and listening to criticism is a good thing. Whether you agree or not. And I think they've made it clear there that they're gonna do their own thing no matter what. Oh, really? My. I hope everything is okay with you, Terry. Yeah, me too. I find it kind of fascinating. It reminds me of maybe the late 1700s in Europe, in France, I'd say, with a lot of the aristocracy. And it's a kind of living in your own kind of bubble kind of thing. Absolutely detached from any kind of normal reality where, everything you believe and is reinforced by, a small crowd of people. I suppose those guys spend a lot of time at work, obviously. It's probably work to home kind of thing. So they obviously have an echo chamber. But I find it hard to believe that any of these guys would actually play games for any length of time and still look at these games and say, yeah, that's cool. Like case in point would have been an interview with one of the CEOs from Ubisoft. Now that's a dumpster fire. It's still ongoing. And he was saying half of their devs are doing games, for the very first time. But, obviously the experience is not there. I'm not saying there's no talent. But they were saying, and he thought this was a good thing to say, but he had a different angle for this, that they thought the game was rubbish. The Ubisoft game. And he obviously elaborated on that, and he kind of tried to create a narrative that they don't understand that that's how gaming works. It kind of looks bad, and then they kind of mold it, and it turns out to be a great game. But these guys are so green and they're so raw, they don't understand this. Well, I tend to look at it a different way. Those guys, the new guys they have in, actually probably played games, and I looked at this and I said, this is absolute rubbish, Online. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's always a problem online, Terry. And I know being friendly and, getting into a lot of chat sessions and that, it can be nice, especially if you're, if you want someone to talk to. But these places are very, very, very toxic, Terry. And you have to be in a place, let's say, where you can kind of handle that. You know what I mean? So maybe less of the kind of stranger stuff. Hang out on friends kind of Discord and chat and stuff like that. There's a lot of strange people online, you know. And obviously give no one any personal information. You know, where you're living, anything like that, or your real name. Now, apparently, if you're on Xbox, there is a tracking app. My son was telling me. And they can kind of track you to, you know,
I heard the commotion. Who was Cicero talking to? Where's
to a kind of area, you know.
I spoke only to the Night Mother. I spoke to the Night Mother, but she didn't speak to me.
So just be careful, you know.
No! She spoke only to him, to the listener.
What? The listener? What are you going on about? What is this lunacy?
It's true. It's true. The Night Mother has spoken.
Now,
The silence has been broken.
it's both humid and a little bit cold as well here at the same time. A little bit ridiculous. Now, talk to Astrid, is it? Yep.
When I
I'll
heard
do
Cicero
this.
screaming, I knew you'd been discovered. I feared the worst. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine.
Then what in Sithis' name is going on? Cicero spoke to the Night Mother, but she spoke to you? Is this just more of the fool's rambling?
No, it's true. Well, we only have one option, don't we? The Night Mother spoke to me. She said I was the one.
What? So Cicero wasn't talking to anyone else?
Mm.
Just the Night Mother's body? And the
For
Night
similar
Mother,
reason.
according
Yeah,
to every
that's
single
why
person,
I don't
only
like the
speak to person
multiplayer
chosen
thing.
as listener,
You know, everyone is
who
not
just spoke.
like that, but you
Right
get a
now.
lot of people, you know.
To you?
Contact the police. It must have been quite bad.
By Sithis. And? What did she say?
I must speak to someone named Armand. Yeah, okay.
Armand Motier?
Yeah, this is
No idea
the
who that is.
assassination, guys.
Wallenrud. That I have heard of. And I know where it is.
There's a decent quest here as well. I should have talked to this man.
No. No. Listen, I don't know what's going on here, but you take your orders from me. Are we clear on that?
Yes,
The Night
yes,
Mother
yes.
may have spoken to you, but I am still the leader of this family. I will not have my authority so easily dismissed. I need time to think about all this.
Yeah, yeah.
Go see Nazir. Do some work for him. I'll find you when I'm ready to discuss the matter further.
Okay, I think we do some more contracts for that guy. Now,
You are the listener. You are.
tell me, Terry, was this person in the UK also? That would make a big difference. Because if he or she was, you know, it's not the brightest move on their part. There's been some very, very strict laws brought into place in the last 12 months in the UK. Controversial ones, actually. And, yeah, it might not be too good for those people. If it was someone outside, maybe the UK, they might not understand how strict the laws are for that. Oh, he's silly. I won't nosy too much into it, but, you know, was it a physical threat? You know, it seems to be. Which is silly. But I've sometimes gotten death threats playing multiplayer. It's, well, when I was doing it, it was really common. I would laugh it off, but it is no laughing matter, you know. If you were a kid or, you know, someone who worried about that, it could be very, very, yeah, very, very worrying.
Listener, I have served Mother well. I have.
No, the contracts. Okay.
This is all
Let's
just too
go
much to
with
ask.
the
Let's
contracts.
go to Nazir.
I kind of forget these ones. We'll see.
Think.
Whispers in the dark. Okay. Whispering in the dark. Nazir, yeah. Oh, that idiot. How in God's name do you get your personal information, Terry? So, what's that called, guys? Not too into the kind of lingo, but when you post someone's identity and address, what's that called? Doxing? Yeah, doxing. Yeah. Yeah, doxing. Yeah. I just wasn't sure. That is nasty. Oh my. As I said, you're on Xbox, Terry. My son was telling me there is an actual app. You'd have to go, I think, outside Europe, I think, to get it. But I think you can get an app and you can kind of, it's like a tracing thing, I think. Yeah. That's pretty disturbing, to be honest. Oh, TikTok. Yeah, but they can still track you through Xbox as well. So they can do it from, yeah, TikTok. My. That's the Wild West, isn't it, TikTok? Hmm. Yeah. But if you were a real massive kind of stalker, doodlist, let's say, and you kind of knew what you were doing if you were into the stalking thing, you can buy someone's information, I think for like $20. Yeah. There's a lot of companies that say that store tons of information. And what it's usually for is for advertising purposes. They would sell it to another company. But I remember a case, and it was in the US, and I think this company was the second biggest company, let's say, for doing that. And I think someone divorced their wife, they left on bad terms or whatever, and he was stalking his ex-wife. So she changed her name and moved to a different state. But he just walked into one of these offices. He gave them 20 or $25, got all the relevant information, tracked her down, and unlifed her. I remember that story. Now, I didn't do much research on that. I don't know if it was actually true or not, but I remember there was a lot about that one. So, as I said, your information, if you know where to look, it's out there. That information would have been strictly, let's say, for companies and stuff, for advertising. But I think in some of these companies, there's kind of walk-in offices, and you can just basically walk in off the street and get what you need, you know. Absolutely, Doodlist, yeah. Mm. Yeah, yeah. Oh my. Yeah, an extreme case, but it goes to show you too how accessible, um, you know, that your information is. And obviously, uh, the more high profile you are, the more people you meet, yeah, the better the chances are, the better the odds that you'll meet someone that's unhinged. We've all heard the stories about people beating other people in games, and one side feeling a bit hard done by, and going to extreme measures, let's say, to exact revenge from tracking people down and beating them up. To what was that thing they used to call it, Doodless, when they would make a prank call saying that they were armed, and they would phone the police. The police would come out, kick in your door, you'd run out with a gun, and yeah, it wouldn't end well. There was a name for that one as well. I remember a few high-profile cases where people got some serious swatting. Yeah, swatted, that's the one. Yeah, they got some serious jail time. You remember that guy from Xbox? He got 15 years or something. Yeah, he got that other player's dad killed by the police. Obviously, your door's being kicked in at night. You'll come down the stairs with a gun. Yeah, true. Even though, yeah. Well, two ways, I think, Terry, of doing that. I'm nearly sure there used to be, anyway, an app, but that wouldn't give your address. That would give maybe, very close to the area you live in. So it must have getting the information somewhere. That's not something that's very common here. Yeah. Absolutely horrible, yeah. Oh, hi, Wolf. And good evening to you. I hope you've been well. How's your weekend going so far? Absolutely, yeah. Good evening, Do-Right. Hope you've been well. Yeah, VPN. You could. Let's say it depends on what you're using. But I think I've seen some deals the other day. I've never used a VPN. But I've seen some guys that were doing like 2 years for 50 or something. I suppose, which is not bad. But it's terrible if you have to go that way. Now, there's some of these companies, and to be honest, giving them that kind of information can be dodgy as well. There's some companies that are kind of suspect. There would be outside, let's say, the laws of certain countries. I do know, let's say, using a VPN can slow your internet down as well, apparently. No. All I have is my Xbox account, my Discord and YouTube, and that's it. Yeah. Oh yeah. But the more you're accessible, the more people you know, the more you're open to that kind of thing. Weekend has been great. Oh, that's cool. To the target range, we had to find a couple of hundred rounds in practice. Nice. That sounds like a great day out. Yeah, but myself, at my age, being a guy, meeting these toxic people online doesn't bother me that much. But that's a different story. It's possible you might meet an absolute, weirdo, that really wants to harm you. But as a guy, we seem to think of it a little differently, and laugh it off. Of course, these guys, they can obviously push certain buttons if you let them do so. And the vast majority of that kind of hate that you would get online would just be empty words. Just someone trying to trigger you or trying to scare you or, just basically trying to hurt you in some way. But yeah, there absolutely is a small percentage of unhinged individuals. And this is why I'm saying, guys, your personal information is very, very important. I've seen certain governments trying to, in their own way, trying to do something about this. But the fact that people give their information so freely, and of course, let's say take Facebook, and I remember when he was called before Congress, to explain the kind of worrying trend, especially with let's say teenage girls on Facebook and that, and the issues, let's say, and the privacy issues as well, and he would never answer yes or no, stuff like that, obviously. But his comeback for everything was, we're working on tools. Yeah, that was his comeback for everything, to keep people safe and all that stuff, which we know is, just a lot of malarkey. So yeah, it is a dangerous place. Be careful with your information. But even, being careful, The fact that, let's say, when you go into a website or you join a platform or whatever, you agree to certain rules, and you agree to give those guys your information, and on the outset, these platforms might seem obvious, they won't do anything to you. That's not the problem. The problem is they'll pass that information to a second party, and then to a third party, and that will get recycled, and then everyone who wants that information for a price can get it. So you're not really safe anywhere. Even if you trust the platform, that you're giving this information to, the chances that it's going to stay with that platform and that platform only, when the whole industry is worth so much money, it's almost zero. Mm. 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 Oh yeah, yeah. Mm. Yeah, well, definitely, be careful what you're doing. You know. Oh, hi, Papa. And how are you? Yeah, but it's always been there, guys. That kind of certain risk. But even now and again, I get some unhinged individual that I've never heard from before. They would just kind of cold text me. First time ever texting me. The last one I got was about 6 months ago. And, they'd asked me something, maybe there's one thing in particular, a certain game that I would have, a kind of high score on that, which would be kind of single me out a bit. They'd usually start with something like that. That it would start with something kind of funny, and I'd just pass a little funny comment back and leave it at that, and then they'd try and pick, and it would kind of build up to being very toxic. I usually cut them off by that stage, and sometimes I would just get death threats. But all I would do is I wouldn't even respond. I just block them and report them. Now, usually I wouldn't report them. Even for that, I wouldn't be bothered with that. But you got to stop that kind of behaviour, because they're probably doing that to kids, and because they don't know who I am, unless they've seen this channel, which is very, very unlikely. I could be a kid as well. So that's very very disturbing. Oh, with the information thing, yeah. Woke up at 5 a.m. Nice. Croc alarm in your head. Oh, hi. Hi, Maximus. Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good, and you? I hope you're enjoying your weekend, and you too, Papa. We're just talking about a friend of ours had some problems online. Some stranger doxed her online from TikTok, and she's from the UK, so she's reported that, and quite rightly so. Um, so the problem is, where do they get the information from? And we were just discussing how, when you give your private information to a company that seems to be fairly trustworthy, and they probably are, they're not going to, harass you in any way. And the problem is, usually that information is sold to a second party, and, to a lot of other companies that, let's say, their policies and their security wouldn't be as good. So your information is, absolutely floating out there, for anyone that wants to find it. Yeah. I've got to do mine as well. I usually leave it to the last moment. I hate shopping with a vengeance. But yeah, I'm gonna have to do some as well. Well, that's good. Yeah, you got some of it done. I've got a ton of it to do. I didn't do any at all. Mm. Yeah, yeah. A lot of people, well, a lot realize, but some don't. You know, I'm sure if you knew where to go, you could get as much information and as you want to in any individual. You know, for maybe 40, 50 bucks. You know, yeah. There's been some pretty high-profile cases over the last decade, and obviously this information gathering thing it's reaching fever pitch now, isn't it? Yeah. Had Ted Quinn and Arston winning and got 17 back. Oh, on the bookies. Nice. Congrats, Maximus. Yeah. Yeah, just be very, very careful. You know. But remember, when you meet someone on the internet, they're obviously a potential friend, but they're also, and there's less of a chance of this, much less, but still, chances there, they're also, you know, a potential problem as well, you know. Not everyone on the internet is unhinged, and not everyone on the internet, let's say, rely on the internet only, you know, just a small handful of people. But, you know, as we've learned in everything, a small handful of people can do a lot of damage. You know, they can do a lot of damage to an ideology, you know, a belief, and the platform as well, you know. But just be very, very careful with your information. Now, personally, when I'm going into websites, you know, when they come up with that accept cookies, I'll just back out of the website. I never do anything like that. And if I have to, I'll clear my cookies after, you know. Stuff like that. Yeah. Into technical and hacking stuff, who understand stuff, pay a few pounds so they can hack anyone or anything. Yeah, yeah. But my sons were saying that, alright. I won't claim to understand much of it, but I get the general, yeah, kind of drift of it. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. We're all unhinged to a certain degree, yeah, for now. Yeah, it is in flux, alright, Wolf. Yeah. Sure, sure, Mike. Far away. Far away. Oh, my doggo. Hey, come on, back to sleep. You're a good Pomeranian here. Do you want to watch Skyrim? No? You're a good doggo. Now, where's this guy?
Need something? Will there ever come a time when the people of Skyrim... Well then...
Oh, some more
timing
work.
couldn't be better.
I just started playing, and the thing I'm most overwhelmed with are the miscellaneous quests. Should I worry too much about them? I'm doing a mix of quests and accepting. No, not too much.
The other is a vampire by the name of her.
Oh, just kill those two. I'll just get you in one moment. That's it. Now, there's some things to understand about any game from BGS, Mike. You know, let's say for instance here. You see here? As far as I know, this will hold up to 125 and 128 quests. And then what happens is when you do another quest, the one from the bottom will disappear and a new one will appear here at the top. This is a bug that's always been in this game. Where's the top? You see how many quests I've done here. Now sometimes it will accidentally remove one of these. Now it doesn't bug the quest out. It just removes it from here, and when you pick it up again it reappears. So if you've got like 20 quests here and you've left it a long time, you know, it might disappear and you might just totally forget about it. There's that thing to worry about, you know. So basically what you need to do is when you start a quest, you know, before you start a quest, say, let's go to one of your houses, you do a main save, you'd pick out a quest and you try to finish it to the end, And then when that plays out perfectly and it's all done, you go back to your house and do another save again, and you'd have a kind of safety save. So let's say not building up too much quests is a good thing, and clearing off your miscellaneous as quickly as possible. I prioritize those, before picking up new quests, unless they're maybe really hard and you don't want to take them yet, or avoiding picking these quests up if you can until you're ready to do so. The system that would be best is, let's say, working in a town, picking up small quests there, and then finishing, and then kind of moving out to another area, which is pretty good as well, let's say, if you want to do all of the quests. And as your first time in, there's a lot of quests, let's say, that you wouldn't know where to pick up, so I would recommend speaking to everyone. You don't have to listen to everything they say, but just kind of spam through their dialogue, and if they've got any quests, they should come up. But I would prioritize clearing them off as quickly as possible, Yeah. I've just started playing, tell me, you're not playing on the Anniversary Edition, are you? Yeah. They will really spam them into you. It sounds like you're playing on the Anniversary Edition. Yeah, but getting a two-factor security thing kind of helps as well, although it is a pain with passwords. Prime and Netflix, phone book, yeah, works. Tracking, so they fixed. Yeah, as they find more fired, hacked. Oh my, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Try and keep this here as clear as possible, and it's a better system anyway. And your miscellaneous stuff, just taking them out of the way, I find that the best thing to do. It will eventually get to the stage where there's a possibility of them disappearing, from your quest list. Now they're not bugged; they're just they disappear. But if you leave them too long, you'll obviously forget about them. It's happened to me a couple of times actually. On PC, I think there's a mod to fix that. But on Xbox, no, I don't think there is. How do you know which ones to get through? Well, basically, the best way to approach that, Papa, is to stay in the easy areas. Start, doing all the quests there, and when you pick up a quest, try and do it. But you will have to work on your character a lot, strengthening him up. I know it's maybe not the most exciting thing to do, but I've always loved, making my character very overpowered. So I can take any quest I want to and tank through it with ease, That's what happened to you in Markard. Oh. Yeah, there is a lot. Now, with Twitch, and that was something that happened a couple of years back, I think, Maximus, to stream on Twitch, whether you're an affiliate or not, there was a big hacking incident a few years back, and then they required that two-factor thing for that. Yeah, it's a pain in the backside, but yeah, it's definitely worth it. Yeah. Oh, same with me. I know almost zero about it. Just stuff that my sons would tell me, and I picked up myself, or my friends coming on and that. But whether you know anything about the internet or not, it's always a good idea to keep your personal information, personal, I don't care about the fail quests and so on. There's no timer. Yeah, you're pretty good. Like Fallout 4, where if you leave a quest too long, that it will run out. There's no fear of that happening, Papa, on Skyrim. But there is a slight chance that maybe one of the people involved in that quest line might be accidentally killed. Yeah, there's a chance of that, and that's not a kind of an issue of a failed quest. If it's some kind of delivery thing, it will just be stuck in your inventory, and you'll be unable to on your quest log and you'll be unable to finish it, which is a very annoying thing, you know. Absolutely, Papa, yeah. Oh, me, not much. You know, had some family around to visit, watched a lot of movies, played my games. Yeah, pretty normal stuff, Maxims. Mm. Yeah, that's right. Do you remember that thing? That was maybe 2, 3 years ago. Mm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And if you can, never pick up a quest item before you do the quest. And as hard as it is, try and stay out of dungeons unless you're actually, sent there to do a quest, and then you've got no choice. That's an old thing I used to have. It's not as dodgy now, but some things can happen. Mm. Personally, I like to focus on the areas, doing all the smaller stuff, especially the smaller stuff, and then kind of building up to the quest lines and then the main story. No problem, Terry. No problem. I hope you get that sorted, and I hope it works out okay. But there's some very strict laws in the UK, and I'm sure they'll follow that up. They'll take that pretty seriously. And that guy was an absolute idiot. Try not to worry too much. That was just someone just, being really, really stupid. But a horrible thing to do. And yeah, there should be some penalty for doing so. So take care and stay safe, Terry. Bye. Level 39, it's impossible. No, nothing is impossible in the game. In any BGS game, they're pretty easy enough. A secret in any BGS game would be to, first of all, sort out your character. Get up all your skills. You don't even have to do quests for that. Just go around in the wilds, killing stuff, buying and selling stuff, doing stuff like that. Yeah. I'll eventually do another playthrough, guys, where I'll allow myself to buy everything, and I'll show you how quickly you can fix up a character where, you can really take on any quest, and that's even on Legendary, without any problems, where you're not kind of picking and choosing your quests because some are hard and, some are easy, Well, basically, when you pick up something that kind of looks a little bit out of place, if you can't sell it from your inventory, or if you're trying to drop it, and it says you can't drop inventory items. But, I'm not saying it happens all the time. Quest items, let's say, picking them early, causes bugs, but the chances that are happening are greatly increased. It's happened to me a few times, especially with the miscellaneous quest items you pick after you do the college quest line. Not the Bard's College. The 3 ones, the drum, the lute, and the flute. Yeah. That's legendary for messing up, picking them early, Yeah, well, I've done it sometimes, going in, looting a chest and kind of auto-looting them, and then realizing I picked up a quest item. You guys are probably playing with auto-save and that, and it's just a reload, really, But even picking them up early might not bug out that quest, but it just improves the odds, of a quest getting bugged out, and I like to kind of keep that to a minimum, Yes, they would work out weightless, yeah, until the quest is done. But it's very common to get quest items stuck in your inventory, Papa, after a quest. Yeah, it's common enough. Books, letters, stuff like that. And then after the quest, they'll weigh something. But, it's not a biggie. when I was finishing up the Companions quest line. There was always used to be a bug where you'd be stuck with those witches' heads. So I was very, very careful with my saves on that one. Mm. Auto wines and giant toes, finally. Yeah, the giant's toes, adding them to wheat could make a pretty powerful, expensive potion. Yeah. So any more giant's toes you get adding wheat to that, making a potion of health will get you some cash and pump up your alchemy a good bit. Yeah, that's a killer. Some books you'll read Maximus, like Lost Legends, will start quests. So, lots of saves if you're not familiar with the game. But picking them up early is, some quests, the main quests like that, they're kind of okay. They don't bug out. It's the quest items early, or, running into a dungeon, maybe clearing it too soon. But these were usually bugs, let's say, going back 7, 8 years ago. I'm sure most of them are fixed. It's just I don't take chances with them anymore. That was, that was a pretty enjoyable quest. Night to remember, yeah. Oh yeah, that's a thing on Twitch now that they've kind of pushed on us. Maximus, it's not too bad. But the best about that system, you could add keywords, Maximus. Let's say you get a troll on and they'll say some pretty vicious stuff. I can type in the words. And then what happens is that if someone has that, let's say when they text, the text will be shown to me to allow or deny on the stream, which I think it's good. Yeah, it's definitely got its pros and cons. Yeah. Because, we've often had trolls on here before and they've said some pretty vile, disgusting things, and unfortunately they can type them in and everyone can see them, And I'm not saying, that everyone would be able to handle the words, but, they do it just for kind of shock value and attention. So why give them that, It really puts them off when the vile stuff that they text is not even shown on screen, and then I can ban them automatically from here. It's not a bad tool to work with, Although it's awkward when you're streaming and doing it as well. Wheat. Yeah, wheat is pretty decent, yeah. But if you want to kind of fast level up on alchemy, I would be saving all your salt and heading to the swamps around Mortal and picking the dead bells and growing them. Yeah. Yeah, because of the abundance, really, of salt. Yeah, it's pretty decent, yeah. Well, each ingredient would have, 4 different effects, so can be combined with, tons of plants with any one of those properties. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hi, Fosters. How are you? And what have you been up to? Now, we need to do 2 more, guys. And who are they? Oh, you remember these ones, guys. Okay, we'll go and kill the vampire. He's near Lakeview. That's a pity. Yeah, his wife helped me out a lot with wood, but we don't need it anymore. And then we'll kill this guy. He's in Mortal, isn't he? Yeah, okay. Let's get these 2 contracts out. And let's check that quest and see if it's done properly. There we go. Yeah, we're really on our way to finishing this. It's a pretty quick quest line. Compared to the other ones. But then you get some quests that go on, for quite some time. Those ones I'm not fond of. I like the kind of medium, kind of short quests. Oh, yeah, it's literally that, Pampa. Let's say if you get something, let's say, that can make a slow potion, and then you add it with something else that can make a slow potion. It's literally that. Um, but I'll show you what I mean. Here, let me just save here. And I'll just go back here. I've got a ton of stuff back here. And I'll show you what I mean. Now, there's perks you can take. You know, if you finish alchemy and take all the perks out, all of the perks, you know, when you find an ingredient and you don't know what it is, eating it will show all of its uses, and that's extremely handy. You know, it gives you more options when you're doing alchemy. Okay, where is that stupid house? Here it is. Yeah, I'll show you what I mean. It's the most valuable thing to invest in is maxing out. It mightn't seem that way, maxing out your alchemy, because with that you have a lot of money and you can buy stuff to help you on enchanting, to help you on everything really. You know, looking at the big picture, if you're fixing up your character, it is a massive boost. Yeah. Mm. Really? Yeah. Yeah, sometimes, but it's not really a thing, to be honest. It's like, let me show you. Now, sometimes there's certain ingredients that are more expensive than the potion you make, so take that into account. So now I know all of the ingredients from everything. So, well, look at this one here, ingredients. You see there's 4 of them. Stamina, health, one-handed, and damage, magica regeneration. You see here? See all 4? Now, if you don't have all 4, let's say if all of these were blank, you'd have no options. So even though you could actually make something from something, if you don't already know the effects, it won't automatically show up. You see? So when you max out here, when you max out alchemy here, you see this one here. You see that one experimenter? Eating an ingredient reveals all of its effects. So you'd have to reach level 90 and take out 3 perks on this one. And then if you find a plant, an ingredient, where you don't know what it is or what it does, just eating one will show you all 4 applications of that ingredient. So now when you're picking plants, yeah, you've got to take 3 perks out on that. Well, basically you'll probably learn the second one. Well, just eating a plant will give you the first one. Taking 1 perk will give you the first and second. Taking 2 perks will give you the first, second, and third. And taking the third will give you all 4. The green thumb, no. The green thumb is picking 2 ingredients. So, green thumb over here. That means if you're growing a plant, let's say a dead bow, and you pick that plant, you just get 1. If you've got the green thumb perk, it doubles it up and it gives you 2 plants instead of 1. That's all the green thumb perk will do. Nice way, let's say, when you're, you want money, or you want to max out alchemy. So that's what the green thumb perk is. Yeah, you can experiment randomly, picking stuff as well, 1 from basic, just to eat the plant. Yeah. Without any perks, just to eat the plant. I have all of the ingredients for all of the plants, so I can't do it. So if you find a plant and it doesn't say any of it, just literally eat that plant. Without any perks, you'll learn the first application of that plant. Yeah. Garlic will go with salt pile. Yeah. Juniper. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, I always leave the salt piles for the likes of death bells. Yeah. Yes. Yes. I have some here somewhere actually. Oh no, I used it. Yeah, I usually use it up. That's a rare enough ingredient, the human flesh. I always keep 10 of every ingredient, like here. I'm big into ingredients and all that stuff. And for me, it's just for decoration, really. So that's all the plants and all the ground stuff. There was the human flesh back there. So that's how many plants you're dealing with, guys. We're not even done yet. And this one here would be fish and stuff. And this one here, yeah, this is kind of birds and things with wings and eggs and that kind of thing. So you're dealing with a lot of ingredients in the game, you know. I don't use potions, health and stuff like that. I just use them for sale. The only time I would use potions, Papa, would be for enchanting and smithing. And that's the only thing I use them for, really. Yeah. I've never been a kind of potion player, you know. Because I concentrate too much on my character. So I don't need them, yeah. Well, the only two I would use would be enchanting and smithing. Yeah. The rest are just for selling, you know. But you'd never once see me taking a health potion, you know. Or let's say a one-handed potion or anything like that. Now remember using the third ingredient, Fosters. You won't get any more money for that plant, if you know what I mean. Now, what might happen is, you know, I find it's always better just to use 2. Now, if I'm experimenting with them, let's say before I have the perks, yeah, I'll add a few together and see if I can kind of, you know, get a few of the list. But best thing to do with that, let's say, would be to try the blister wort and wait. See how much that's worth. Then the blister wort, let's say, and the blue flower. See how much that's worth. And then do all 3. And you'll see what I mean. That if you're doing that for money, you know, it's probably not worth it. Yeah. Yeah, I've never used them. Yeah, the poisoning option and that. When you're working on legendary, it doesn't do much. Maybe on the lower levels, you know, it might have some effect. If I'm going to use a paralyzed potion, I prefer to do a reverse pickpocket. You know, instead of adding it to a blade. I think it's much more fun. But yeah, you could use it on a blade. It would be pretty handy if you want to loot someone as well. You know. No, merchants don't have enough money. Yeah, absolutely agree, 100%. Yeah. But I would nearly always go with just 2 ingredients. Slow potions are my favorite way of maxing out alchemy, actually, because of the abundance of salt and death bell. Yeah. And they're reasonably priced potions. But once you've got a Hardfire home up and running, yeah. And the best about those potions as well, you know, even when you max out alchemy, selling a lot of them, let's say, you know, for buying the stuff you need on the other skills, and of course, as you're buying and selling as well, you're getting up speech. So, you know, it's a kind of win-win-win kind of thing. So, yeah, that's the story with those. Now, obviously, if it's money you're after, guys, now I'm making that stuff without any gear. So if you want to greatly increase, excuse me, if you want to greatly increase the value of something, or if you want to finish off alchemy sooner, you come across stuff like, you know, peerless necklace of alchemy, you know, crown of this alchemy and that. Picking up these pieces of attire that would aid in alchemy, and wearing those
Things done. I like
would
it.
make that potion more powerful. So obviously worth more money, and also kind of boosting, your level in alchemy if you want to go that far. Yeah. Strangely enough, I never do it that way. I just get in and, just take them out. I think it's more fun. But if you really want to do it quickly, yeah, that's the way to go. You get tons of that stuff, and you can buy it in certain places. Now, I've maxed out a little set that I have for doing, that I wear anytime I'm fixing up armor or weapons, or doing any kind of crafting work here. And I think I showed you the way that works. Now, take into consideration as well, to do this, I've used the Black Book from the Dragonborn DLC, and the armor from that as well. It gives me an extra 20%. And also take into account that on the Anniversary Edition, there's some ingredients that you can get that are a decent bit more powerful than the stuff you can get in the base game. Maybe another 20%. Now, I only needed 5 of those pieces. I just added the boots just for fun. So I will wear that every time I'm making potions, enchanting potions and stuff. And sometimes the enchanting armor, depending on what I want. And this is the armor here. And you'll get that from the Dragonborn DLC. From doing a pretty lengthy quest. You see that? If you wear all 4 relics, plus 10% enchanting. But all 4 of them. And then that's the book you need for 10% enchanting as well. And that's also from the Dragonborn DLC. And as you can see, it's a quest item. But in the entire game, it's something that cannot be removed from your inventory. But you'll get modded houses that will take these, and you can remove them from your inventory. I just don't do it yet until I'm finished with it. And as I said, even though they show a weight on this, because they're quest items, they won't show up as weight. At least I don't think they will. So that book, that armor, maxing out alchemy and enchanting, doing the loop that I showed you on this, and that's just as powerful as you can get. And then, like, I haven't even maxed out my sword yet. So there's my sword now. It's 789. And I've only got 3 of the 5 perks on this. So I should get it up to maybe 950-ish. Yeah, about 950-ish. When weapons have no cap, but once it doesn't go to it doesn't go to 4 digits, like 1,000. So let's say I add another 500, let's say, to this, bringing the total up to 1289. It won't say 1289. It will actually say 289. So it's a bit bugged, but it will still do that damage. But legitimately, yeah, you won't get it past 1,000 no matter what you do. Unless you start using exploits. But I wouldn't worry too much about that. Now, there is no cap on the weapon. Using certain glitches, like the Restoration Potion glitch, you can make a sword so powerful it will literally crash the game. However, when it comes to this stuff here, that does have a cap. That is a cap of 567 protection. So even though it says that my armor rating, it said that my armor rating is 1633, that's just window dressing. Yeah, it's actually 567. We actually even did a test on that, where I was fighting an NPC and we're noticing how much health we would lose, let's say from every hit, and then we removed all but one piece of armor, I think, or two pieces that had just about 600. We removed a lot of armor and protection, and the health drop still stayed the same, so the other pieces didn't make a difference. But as is 100%, it's about 567 on that, so it's capped, but the weapons are not. And that's the two things you're going to need, you know, if you're playing on Legendary, to get you through the game. With not too much, not too much hassle. But if you concentrate on alchemy, if you're intent on, let's say, really fixing up your character, in a big picture, that is by far the best way to do it. Because it gives you a lot of money, and with a lot of money you can buy a lot of stuff. Okay, let's go kill the vampire. Well, she's pretty hostile after this, but we don't need her anymore. There's other ones we can go to. But I might actually, yeah, I'll bring this guy back as well. But I think he disappears from the game anyway. But I think she still stays hostile. Oh, I never like killing these guys, but... No, this is a mod, but I just use it for this. I really got it for an emergency, but... I can't see the harm on doing this. Oh. Yeah, he's supposed to stay dead, unfortunately. Oh well. That's a pity. Okay. Okay, we'll get rid of him. That's a pity. Yeah, some characters that just spawn in, especially for this. There's no resurrection on these guys. Maybe on PC. You'd probably need the code number or something like that, but... That's a pity. Oh well. Okay, next. That guy's immortal, I think. Yeah. He's easy enough. Now when we land here, just 3 guys I need to take out. I keep the NPCs safe and they're just some mud crabs. I would love if there was a mod You know, like, let's say, you know that spell I had for resurrection where I'd come across, you know, some kind of animal or enemy, and by casting a spell on them, I could literally remove them from the game. You know, creating safe spaces for NPCs. But I think if you got a mod to do that, I think it would seriously break the game. It's these guys, you know, guys like these I would remove. Now, yeah, they look like they'll do no harm here, and you would imagine so. There's a map glitch around here that kind of kicks in sometimes. The mud crabs will sink to the ground and reappear in one of two places. Sometimes they'll appear, and it's rare, but it happens. I've seen it happen a good few times. They'll reappear here, right here, killing NPCs walking in and out, or sometimes there. So I take them out because of that. It's rare. I suppose every time you fast travel here and are active, maybe a 1 in maybe 50 chance, I suppose.
I've got a lot of respect for the restoration school.
Oh, hi OMG. How are you? I think I showed you a few times at a Hardfire, a very similar one. The nearest Stormcloak camp. Sometimes when I fast travel into Lakeview, they're actually lying outside the stable on the ground, like it's their beds in the camp. So something similar happened. But when I interact with them, they get up and they walk away and go back to their camp. I know exactly where they're from because their commander comes as well. And it's... where's Lakeview? Yeah, it happens outside of Lakeview Manor, right at the stable. But the commander comes from here. Now that's a long way, isn't it, guys? Don't ask me why that happens. But I think I showed it to you like 3 times alone on this playthrough. Another weird thing is why I get a dead body spawns in. Originally the body was in the forest here. And for some reason I've got a roadway coming down here, which shouldn't be in the game. I'm guessing it's a leftover from some mod I used a long time ago, that even though I deleted it properly, it's still in the game. The problem is, with me, on PC, I could probably go into the files individually, and whatever is remaining there, you know, starting a main playthrough, doesn't make a difference. And deleting all of my files, you know, everything from Xbox, all of my history, still doesn't make a difference. It keeps coming back. So it's embedded in the game somewhere. Maybe, you know, on PC, I'll be able to get into the files or something and remove it. But yeah, that was some really horrible stuff from that mod. You can do a lot of damage with mods. Wouldn't be a problem, I suppose, on PC, but on Xbox, yeah, well, you can't access it. Yeah, it's kind of nasty. Now, let's go and kill that dude. And then we should be okay to keep going with the Brotherhood. So, how's your weekend going, OMG? Do anything interesting?
You're different, aren't you?
Yeah, I haven't picked up all the...
Not mortal or Skyrim.
I have picked up the quests here, haven't I, guys? Yeah, I've finished with this place. We can go back later and see. Nearly 4, I've probably finished. Yeah, we've still got a lot to do on this. Now let's see if we can do this. No, no, I'll absolutely bring this guy back if I can. Oh, nice. Yeah. It's a pity I couldn't bring back the vampire, isn't it? Oh, that won't bug out the game. Now, let's see. Yeah. Right, let's do a little bit of selling here.
Running an inn. Drink for the thirsty, food for the hungry.
Yeah, I don't need that anymore. I could do one more amulet of RK and 2 amulets of Zenitar. We sold one, guys, a little while ago. I forgot I needed to finish the Hardfire homes. That was a mistake, but I'm sure we'll find 2 more before the end of the game. Okay.
Until next time.
What time is it? Yeah, we'll still be able to get the alchemists. Let me see. I don't think I've finished the quests here. But I kind of like going back to these areas and clearing all the little quests later. Eventually we'll get around to the dragons when we've got enough of these cleared.
I hope I have what you need. Jürgen and I both work hard, all the time. Murthal is important.
Yeah, I haven't done them all right.
Ah, so you're an alchemist then?
Right. Oh, hang on, wrong one. I want that one. No.
All right then.
No, we're good. I just want a little thing to drop off. Might as well get rid of the ingredients as well, guys. Yeah, why not? No, we're carried. We're messing about. Let's finish this quest. Procreate. There. Okay. Now they're the only 5 assassinations that you really have to do in a Brotherhood. The rest is just endless spammy, never-ending quests, so I never ever touch them. I think, well, out from the main story anyway, the little side contract ones, I think.
We need to talk.
Oh, really? Of course, Astrid, what is it?
Something is happening here. I'm not sure entirely what that something is.
Oh, this is where we start taking Cicero's journals.
If the Night Mother really did give you an order to talk to a contact, we'd be mad to ignore it. And I think we'd both agree Cicero's brought quite enough madness to this sanctuary. So go. Go to Vollenrud. It's a crypt, pretty far to the northeast.
Oh, we get a nice assassination job as well at the end.
And let's see where all this
But we've got to do that one in solitude. Now, the silence has been broken. We'll get you in a moment. We'll hand in these 2 quests. We'll keep it all clear.
So, no sarcasm this time. You faced a vampire and lived to tell the tale. Well,
Oh, hi Seb. And how have you been?
if you contracted sanguinary vampiris, be sure to get that taken care of.
So how's your weekend going?
Up like our own bad bet. Still here. Wonderful. The
There
only
we go.
good bard is a dead one as far as I'm concerned. All that singing.
Perfect. Now we're on track. Oh, nice. Nice. So, let's check those ones. Contract. Perfect. Contract. That's it. We are 100% in line with our perfect playthrough. So, the miscellaneous ones like that, talk to the companions, data for work, they're endless. We'll get some Brotherhood quests as well that are endless. I have a mod, usually they're shown here on the main quests, which is really stupid. But I've got a mod that pushes them back to miscellaneous. So, way better. They're ones we won't be doing because you can do them forever. So I wouldn't even consider those. There should have been another one as well about getting necklaces for, what's his face, that guy in the Dragonborn DLC. But those again are endless. That one disappeared from my list. But that's a bonus actually, you know, because you can still do it. Now, the silence is broken. Now, what we need to do is we need to get back, clean up a little bit, and then we'll start from the rest of them. The note. Yeah, that's nasty, isn't it? That one. I would try and kill those guys quickly when they get out, and try and time it, Papa, that you break out of that jail very late at night. Oh, hi, Tibet. Going to chill a bit before work and get off. Almost 11:20 p.m. Oh, yeah, but about 3 a.m. for me. I hope you've been well. And thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Yeah. The maid. Yeah. That's something I wouldn't be taking on until I was quite powerful to get those guys out as quickly as possible. The stupid thing about that quest is you cannot kill them inside. Yeah. So you gotta be pretty quick outside. Those guys can cause a lot of damage in Markarth. When they get out during the day, they will absolutely slaughter everyone. Oh, no problem, Papa. No problem. And thanks for stopping in. So, how's your weekend going, T-Bits? Anything interesting? I loaded. Talos Shrine bugged out. I've never had that happen to me, actually. Well, sorry. I had it happen once. Where the guy was either not there or didn't have any dialogue. But I am playing with the patch, so the chances of it happening now are a lot less, I suppose. That used to be pretty notorious. Yeah, what tends to greatly increase that, Papa, is reading the note too early and leaving it too long. You see, the second you read that note, that guy spawns in. And the longer he's there, yeah, the more chance that he's going to bug out. So, yeah, I wouldn't read the note until I'm absolutely ready to do it. And then I'd have a safety save, and if it went wrong, I could go back before I read the note. Yeah. Good. Oh, that's good to hear, T-Bits. Sure. That one only becomes available, it's called In My Time of Need. It only becomes available, Papa, after a certain time in the storyline. I think it's something got to do with the Civil War. So, I wouldn't be too... I wouldn't worry about that. When you get to the part in the main story, I don't want to spoil it for you, where that becomes available. 2 guys will be waiting inside the gate of Whiterun. 2 of those Ankirs, I think they're called. And you'll see them, they're standing right at the gate, on the inside, and speak to them, and then you'll get the quest from there. Yeah, so you'll get it eventually. It's just, not available until you reach a certain part in the main quest line. Been playing Val. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's really cool. But I hope you both had a good time. Yeah. It's a random encounter. It's quite common. Yeah. And that's a good thing. Always save before you talk to them. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah. Oh, talk to them. It doesn't matter. Yeah. You can talk to them the next time you see them. It doesn't make a difference. Talk or not talk. Yeah. Oh, you've done the quest already. Ah, yeah. Okay. You got the quest to kill him. Yeah, go back to her, and you should have gotten that. Yeah, you should have getting a prompt to go back to her. Hmm. Oh. So you're saying you killed him early before the quest? I've never had that happen. Ah. Um. So have you done that quest in my time of need? So basically, you talk to those guys. You talk to her. You listen to her. You go out to the cave. You make a decision whether to, get her, tell him, or to kill them. So let's say you kill them. You go back to her. You tell her, and usually that's the end of the quest. I always let her stay there because there's no reason to remove her from the game. Shouldn't have happened that way. No. Yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't have happened that way. The way I would usually do that quest is I would wait till a certain time in the storyline. There's two guys inside the gate. I would pick up the quest from those guys. It seems to be bugged out. Yeah, and then I would talk to her. Then she would explain her side of the story. Then I go out to the cave, kill that guy, and come back. Yeah, I've never done it that way. Yeah, because you should have talking to him first. Yeah, you probably got it to go early. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I never touched that quest until the two guys are waiting inside. Yeah, it you can have problems. You see, depending on where you are in the quest line, those guys can spawn in, in those caves. Yeah, yeah. The way I always do that quest is I talk to those two guys before I talk to the female. They would ask me, did I see a lady? And I'd say no, because I didn't. And then that would be a miscellaneous, I think. Then I would go straight to the inn, talk to her. Then I'd listen to her side of the story, and then I'd agree to help her. I'd go out to the cave then, I'd talk to him, and I'd get another chance to decide. I would kill him, and then return back to her, and end of story. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it is an issue if you already killed him. Yeah. Oh, you got the quest from the two guys. Ah, that's perfect. Yeah. Yeah, I've never seen that before. I've never seen them respawn back in. But it's not too bad of a bug. If you've done that quest that way and you've finished it, and it's finished in your quest log, yeah, I wouldn't be too concerned about that. But that's pretty weird. That's never happened to me. I've never seen those two guys come back. But then if you're playing without the unofficial patch, yeah, some strange things can happen. Yeah, yeah, it's finished. Yeah, that's a new one on me. No, don't worry about that. That's why, let's say, when you're doing a quest, why you do a save before you start it. You make sure that quest is finished properly in your log, and then you do another main save. Now, it's hard to kind of recognize your safety saves. So what I do is I go back to my Hardfire home, and right inside the door, you've seen me do it time and time again, I would do a main save there. And that's my little checkpoint. For everything I've done up to that point has been finished perfectly, with no bugs. Yeah. That's kind of a little checkpoint thing. You could use an old system where you look up at the sky as well, but I kind of prefer, going back to that. But no, that's just a silly thing. Yeah. I think it might have happened to me once, actually, Papa. And I remember not bothering, because I'm talking a long time ago. Because they were actually quite handy inside the gate. Because that was the time they were doing the dragon attack, or the vampire attacks on the towns, which was an absolute dumpster fire disaster. And they were kind of handy there, you know. But that's a rare one. You know, even without running the unofficial patch, that's a rare one. To see these guys come back after you've killed them. A very rare one indeed. Now, let's get rid of the ingredients. But an interesting one. Now, I've had that vampire I killed in Mortal, that lady, come back once before. But that was very unusual. Oh, sugar. Oh, Croc, you idiot. I don't need the fire salts anymore, guys. But I'll keep some of them. Yeah, it's about time I got rid of these anyway. I want those in case... Well, there's a stupid quest coming up in the Dragonborn DLC, which should send me out for some miscellaneous junk items, and I usually just keep some of these, so I don't have to keep looking for them. Or the taproots especially, guys. There. That's okay. Now, let's get this done. Did you... Yeah. No, I forgot where I stored the ingredients. Yeah, you see, when you plant them outside, they grow a lot in one area. And I just kind of gathered up a ton of those when I was doing smithing. You know, so I'd never run out. Yeah. For 10 of those. Although they're very easy. Once you plant one of those, I think you'll get 5 or 6. You know, and you come back and get about 40 or 50 each time from your garden. You know. Yeah. You'll pick those up in a lot of caves. Or you can buy one, plant one, you know, get 6 from that, and then plant a whole entire garden. Yeah, it's very easy if you get into the growing part of it. You know. Absolutely. Now, okay. It's going to take a while to get rid of this junk, guys. Yeah, okay. We have a lot of selling to do, but I needed to get rid of that eventually anyway. Right, let's get selling. Oh, I don't pick ingredients anymore, but when I loot dead bodies, some of the ingredients come up, and I never throw them away. I just kind of throw them there, and it's just a kind of making sure I do everything. Just a personal thing, yeah. Yeah. But there's no real need for it. But I don't grow plants anymore and pick them, yeah. No, I just feel like if I don't do everything, get it all done, that, you know, it's not done properly. It's just a personal thing.
You're nothing but trouble. May the gods watch over your...
But it goes to show you how much money you can make at this, you know. Like, watch this.
Protect yourself, or deal
And I didn't even use any of my enchanting stuff. That would be ridiculous if I did. You know what I mean? Look at the money on that stuff. There's tons of it. Tons of money. In the shops, yeah. It's a good plan. With 0 gold, yeah. If you have good alchemy, you can basically buy whatever you want.
Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
Yeah, I've always, as I said, I've always been into alchemy in a big way. Right from the very start, actually. But a great way as well to fix up your speechcraft, or what's it called? Let's just call something different. Your speech, isn't it? Or barter. Yeah, I think it's barter. Same thing.
Welcome. Let me know if you want anything. I think I got a clean mug around here somewhere. We got... Take a look. Until next time.
You can make a lot of money doing this. No, there's none of those perks that I know of. Let's say out from the perks you can get from your skills, the perks are not like, you know, eating something and knowing all of its applications, or let's say, you know, the green thumb perk. There's a duplication perk where you've got a small chance of making 2 of something. You'll get that from the red Nernu quest. And that's about it, yeah. Oh, here I'll show you. So you've got Alchemist, that just, you know, doubles up, you know. Let's say 20% more powerful, 40, 60, 80, 100. This one is Physician, that means any health or magic or stamina potions. You get 25% on that. Then you have Benefactor. That's anything with beneficial stuff, let's say not poison. You get 25% on that. That's the experimenter one. Getting these out, you'll know all of the applications of the plant. Then you've got Snake Blood. That will give you a 50% resistance on all poisons on your character. It's a passive skill. And then you got Purity. And what that does is it refines your potions, making them a lot more valuable. You know, taking out the small negative effects and, you know, basically kind of purifying it. So that's, you know, the end of that one. And then on this side, where is it? You've got Poisoner. That's 25 more effective in making poison. Concentrated potions. Poisoned applied to weapons. You can do twice as many hits before it runs out. And then the green tome. So instead of getting one ingredient when you pick something, you get two. Now that's why probably I've got so much of those glowing mushrooms as well. So, you know, every time I went back to my garden, I probably picked about 60 or 70. You just do that a few times, and before you know it, you've got a ton. You know, it can kind of get out of control. But it gets to the stage you can make so much money and have so much ingredients that it becomes overwhelming, you know. But there are all of the perks you can get on that. Now, having said that, there is a quest you do for Red Nern route, and the skill you get is called Serendipity. So basically, there's a small chance every time you make a potion that it will duplicate, and you'll have two instead of one. And that's all of the perks. I think, yeah. I've never heard of those. Yeah. Yeah. Are you playing like a modded playthrough or something? But they're all the original ones. Yeah, none of those are modded. That's the vanilla stuff. Mm. Oh, that's definitely a mod. Yeah. Yeah, it's gotta be. Yeah. It's gotta be a mod. That's it. Yeah, that's the perk. Yeah. That's the perk. Yeah, I've never used that one. But as I said, I find the whole thing to be too overpowered as is. Yeah, I've never been much into stuff that makes more powerful potions or weapons or anything like that. I've obviously got to take what I've got from the anniversary edition. I have no choice. But given a choice, I absolutely don't want to become more powerful, you know. Mm. Oh yeah, yeah, I get that it's fun. Yeah, but if you play the game as long as I have, then it doesn't seem to be much of a challenge anymore. You know, making it as hard as you can is actually fun. Yeah. But when you're new in there, yeah. So you're playing with a mod. Cool. Exactly, yeah. It's always nice to do that. But playing its game in, if you're playing for the first time, Papa, playing the game in its original state, it's always good, you know what I mean? And, kind of learning the game then. And then when it starts to get a bit stagnant, start to add stuff like that, you've got something to look forward to in the future, you know what I mean? And to not play your hand out straight away on it. Yeah, I found that as well. But I do love, better adoption mods and stuff like that. Little stuff I thought that the game is lacking and should have had. Mm. Oh, I see. Yeah. Nice, nice. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the mod. Yeah, you know. It's just me, myself, if I was playing a game for the first time, I'd kind of like to experience it and, how it was made. And then I could always come back if I really liked the game, and it would give me an excuse and change it up a little bit for me.
You're someone who can take a look.
Ooh, that's expensive.
Don't forget to check inside the shop.
Now watch this.
I don't claim to be the best blacksmith.
You see that? Do you remember I told you when you're involved in a conversation and before it ends, if you go to a different cell, they'll appear with you? The same thing happens with a fast travel. It doesn't happen often, but it happens.
Man Steel is legendary. All I ask is a fair chance.
Welcome to
That's a
War,
perfect
baby.
example.
I don't want the name Warrior. We got plenty of steel for fighting.
They'll literally, basically spawn with you. Yeah.
Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage?
That's when well, very early on in the game, my second playthrough, that's when I realised what was happening. At Whiterun, and it's there when you arrive, yeah? That's an issue we all have with Skyrim. That's why you never see me use a horse, let's say a normal horse in the game. They stay with you until they die and they always get in the way. This is why when I heard that BGS was adding a vehicle to Starfield, it made me laugh. Because I haven't even mastered a horse in Skyrim. Yeah, that's always been the case. We all have an issue with that, everyone. There should be a way to stable your horse and make him stay there. But unfortunately, no. When you pick a horse to ride, he's with you until he dies. You can, yeah, but I find it too distracting. That's why I always use a conjuring horse. Yeah. This is going all the way back to Oblivion. How hard would it be to make a game where you could park a horse in a stable and the horse actually stays there? Would be awesome if they could do that. You know, I think there's a mod you can get. But the problem with getting a mod to do something simple like that, and this is a problem. You know, you want something simple. Yeah, apparently impossible. Yeah. And, you know, that's all you want. You just want you don't want the horse to be following you everywhere. You want to get that horse to stay in that stable. Usually when you pick a mod, they'll give you too much. Oh, we've got 5 more companions. We've got a big house and you've got to do a quest and that, you know. I like to see mods that are pretty basic, you know. You want one thing, and it gives you that exactly what you want, you know. I've seen one in particular and it was really good, and it was called the Carriage Stops of Skyrim, right? So, you know, when you're playing a game, it's not much of a thing when you're fast traveling, but if you're playing survival, you know, there's places like Dawnstar and Mortal that wouldn't have a carriage, you know, which is pretty stupid, you know. It's just the places like Solitude, Markarth, Whiterun, you know, Windhelm. They'd have carriages, all the other ones wouldn't. So this one added some more carriage stops, and not the stuff you see, you know, the carriage, nothing like that. But basically it had a little bench, but only on the towns that didn't have a carriage system. And you'd sit on that bench and you'd pick where you wanted to go, and the guy would come and pick you up and deliver you to where you want to go. And even the even the minor places it would bring you to. It wasn't bad. It was very lore friendly. I thought it was some good work. You know, it was just a little bench and you could discover it and it would show up on your map. Little bench, little kind of torch, and you know, it didn't take away too much from the game. Very lore friendly, very immersive. I thought it was some good work. He didn't overdo it. He did it just right and only did that thing where it was needed, you know. Yeah, that's the best way. Yeah. But if you wanted to go with something like that, I thought that was pretty good. So just the basic stuff. The exploration, that's why I'm in the game as well. Exactly. For the same thing, even though I've explored every inch of this map umpteen times. But it's so big and it's so diverse, and, you know, when you haven't been playing it for a while, you'll still get a kick from it, you know. You know, little stuff that you forgot about or just start to remember again. Absolutely. But this is the kind of game that will reward you for that. You know, you find something that it's like 1,000 to 1, you know, in a little area that, you know, you wouldn't normally go to, and, you know, looking behind a little rock or something and you find something unique, you kind of feel like you're the first one that found it, you know, that kind of thing, even though you're not. But that kind of immersion is good in a game. And that's something that Starfield didn't have. Yeah, that's another thing with the game. You don't really have much choices. No matter what the dialogue says, you're doing what Todd wants you to do on quest. Yeah, there's no real benefit, Papa, because, you know, you don't get really anything for doing it, and you're just removing another NPC, you know, from the game. She's removed and the guys are removed, you know. So no, I don't snitch either. Yep. There's no sense to it. Yeah. You're kind of forced into that one if you want to finish the quest. But it's just one guy to chow down on. Yeah, that's a Daedra quest. And that's pretty important. Because that's part of a achievement called Oblivion Walker, where you've got to do all of the Daedra quests, if you're into achievements, that is. But also from doing that quest, you'll get a follower, Papa, called Iola, and she can become a steward for your Heartfire homes. Not a housecarl, a steward, yeah. So she's an important follower. And followers, yeah. But some of the quests you don't really get an option. You know, it's either do it Todd's way or fail the quest. But yeah, some have options. You know. But yeah, a lot of people will complain that it's not really, and I suppose in a classical sense, it's not really an RPG. It doesn't have enough options and it doesn't have enough consequences. But this is a kind of ongoing thing with BTS since Morrowind. You know, you have less and less impact on the game. I suppose it does appeal, to a wider audience. But it gets to the stage where you can dumb down a game, an IP, you know, too much. Yeah?
Good doing business with you.
Now, The Witcher had a lot of choices and consequences, you know.
Good to see. Bows and arrows for the mighty
And Dragon Age Origins as well. But Dragon Age is it's finished now as an IP. It's toast. Yeah, it's pretty much toast.
Thank you very much for your
Oh, hi Wookie. Pretty good. And you? How's your weekend going? How have you been keeping? Yeah, be careful with that one, Papa. Here, let me just save it here and I'll explain to you about that quest. I don't know if that bug is still there, probably is. But it's a kind of visual bug. Well, basically you get a quest for that tree, from that lady in that temple. So you need to get some sap from another tree to rejuvenate this one. Now, when you go inside, you'll meet a guy. And he'll say he wants to come with you for the journey. You go there, and then he'll say, blah, 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 don't harm the tree. I'll give you a sapling, which seems to be pretty good. You accept the sapling and you finish the quest. But you come back much later and this tree always stays the same. It's been a bug on this quest, on this game right from the beginning. Now, if you go in... Actually, do you want me to do the quest here? I could do it. We'll do it in a moment. Go in, talk to Herwood quickly, ignore that guy, don't speak to him at all. 0, because you've got to kill him, and I don't like doing that. So, don't speak to him, run out, go do your quest, go get the sap from that tree, and come back, finish the quest with her, fast travel outside of town, far away to another cell, wait about 10 days, save your game and come back and it should be okay. You finished it both ways, yeah. But taking the sap from the tree was the only way I could ever get around that bug. It's like in Fallout 4 where you're doing that quest in Vault 86 or something, or whatever it's called, the one where you get the Vault Overseer gun. You get this lady and she can become a level 4 trader, but she's got a brother that's got a drug addiction problem. You can do that the right way. Cure him, all of that, and it's okay, and she says she'll go to your settlement, but she never does. She gets bugged out. Now, doing it the other way, where you know, kind of get him angry and he attacks you and you've got to kill him in self-defense or let the guards kill him. You still pass the quest and it doesn't really mean much in the game, but then she'll actually come to Sanctuary or to any settlement you want. Well, Sanctuary, I think she turns up at. That's the only way to get around that, where one of the choices, it's bugged. It's pretty much the same with this one, for me. They're not known for fixing bugs, no. I've always wondered why. You know, because some of the fixes could be, in my mind, quite simple. Why they've persisted in not fixing them. And then, within the past couple of years or so, when I realized how they put their games together, you know, basically, you know, breaking down another game and recycling code and that, maybe they can fix it without doing way too much work. Maybe they'll have to remove a piece of code to fix a simple quest that would require, you know, replacing a ton of other code that's relying on it, you know. So, they've done it to themselves, really, you know, because of taking shortcuts in previous games and, you know, always using as much as they can from a previous game on the next one, carrying the bugs over as well, you know. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, hi Jules. Not too bad, doing pretty good. So, how's your weekend going? So, always go with the option of damaging the tree and getting the sap, and avoid speaking to that guy. Well, it doesn't really matter either way, but if you don't want to kill him, I prefer not to kill him. Now, when you get there, if you're squeamish about the two guys in there, yeah, they're most likely going to be killed with the Spriggans. So, if you're really quick, you can get the first Spriggan, but what you need to do is bring a follower. Get them to stay beside the second guy, and that will draw off the other Spriggan. Yeah, you should be pretty good. Yeah, usually you can save both of the NPCs inside, but, you know, it doesn't really matter. I just like to save them, you know. Yeah, the Spriggans, yeah. Yeah, you kind of sprint down the side, you take out the first Spriggan, you know, pretty quick. But if you bring a follower and get a follower to wait at the furthest NPC, usually that follower will draw the Spriggan, giving you time to get there, because those NPCs are pretty weak. But if they get killed, it doesn't make a difference, you know. It's just I like to save them, you know. No, not yet. I will eventually do it. But I'm kind of looking forward to it in a weird way. You know, in a sense that now after suffering on the Starfield DLC. It will be a bit of a skit for me, to be honest, you know, to see how much of a disaster that it actually is. Yeah, because I've kind of burnt out my anger on it, you know, and now it's kind of funny, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's some quests like that, Papa. Yeah, but that's the story with that one there. Oh, I've got a quest here, guys. I might do. Yeah, we'll take our quest. Now, this one here, that tree, and this lady here. They're the only quests that's left. This one I'm going to do now. The tree I'll do later. And this one I won't do until I finish the Civil War. Because I'll tell you why. The only way to correctly finish that quest, without any failed objectives, is to finish the war and decide with the Empire. You know, once you finish the Civil War, you pick up that quest and it tells you to find a way to release him. Of course you can go in and break him out, but you'll fail that objective to find a way to release him. But if you finish the war and you're tight with General Tullius, you can talk to him about it, and he'll give you, as a favour, he'll give you a release document, and it's priceless to see the look on the Tamer's face when you get there and give the document. It's almost worth it for that. Again, yeah, it's a pretty decent quest, but the fact that you've got to finish the war and wait so long, yeah, that's kind of nasty, you know.
Such idle talk can prove hazardous.
Life's hard enough with all that bard Mikhail is begging for it.
Yeah, they're the only three that's left here. And this is just a dialogue thing. Kind of persuasion thing. You're on that, yeah? Well, the only way it's... You know, you'll still finish the quest, it's no problem. The quest gets finished, but one of your objectives will be failed. And that's the one where it says find a way to save him. Well, I wouldn't call it buggy, but it's a very, very badly planned out quest. You know, seeing that the only way to finish it 100% correctly would be to wait till the end of the Civil War and side with the Empire. You know, I don't mind it that much. You know, you're gonna get that kind of thing on your first playthrough till you realize which quests, you know, you need to do certain things. You know, I think it's still okay, you know, because, you know, you look forward then on your next run to learn from what you've, you know, to apply what you've learned from the last run, which is always good, the kind of learning experience, you know. No, that's pretty unique. Yeah, I think that's the only one where there's other quests that, let's say, you can kind of continue until you hit a certain stage in the game, but that's normal, yeah. Yeah, but it's not a biggie. It's just when you finish your quest on one of the objectives, you'll get that big red X, and that's it. I wouldn't worry about it. No, not on that. And then the next time you're running in, you can remember that. No, not a biggie. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, I'm not too bad with that, but I still think it was a kind of bad idea. Maybe if they had it where, if you joined the Legion, you know. Yeah, if you join the Legion. That's what we'll do. I forget, but I think we've got to finish the Civil War quest. But when we join the Legion, actually, as a little test run, we'll go back and we'll start that quest and we'll see if we can get any dialogue from General Tullius on it. But I don't think we will. I think it's we gotta finish, yeah. But either way, it's okay for me, because I'm gonna do everything anyway. But I've only done it once or twice before. It's never bothered me that much before, having one of the objectives failed. But it's important to me on this run, and I'd say many times I've done the special edition with the you know, the kind of perfect playthrough where everything is done perfectly and everything is done. But with anniversary content added, it's much harder to do now because of the countless bugs. But we're pretty much through that now. So this is a golden opportunity for me to finish with the anniversary edition included as well. And that will be a first for me. So then I've done literally everything that's possible in the game. That's good enough for me, you know. Exactly, yeah. But I wouldn't take it too hard, you know, coming across bugs and that. It's just, you know, when you do get a bug, it is important to, you know, have a lot of, oh yeah, it is. But the more you play it, the smaller it gets, you know. To maybe reload and try and, you know, investigate it a bit. You know, that's where you kind of learn, you know.
Come on in. Let me know.
Oh, it's very possible. It just takes a lot of time. I have done it many times, but without the anniversary edition. The anniversary edition is fairly recent, you know. I only tried once before in one run on my very first run, and a couple of the quests were massively bugged. But this time we've kind of found a way around them, you know.
Fire, and I'll send someone over.
But not only, let's say, are the quests, some of the quests massively bugged, but because of the radiant location system, they've been bugging out the kind of normal quests as well. But now that we've got them all done, it shouldn't be a problem, you know. But still, anything can still happen. It's not guaranteed that the rest of the quests will work out, but it's definitely in my favor.
If it's a lady you're looking for, you best look elsewhere.
You need to leave Carlotta alone. Yes, she did.
But that fiery widow is mine. She just doesn't know it yet. Maybe you're right.
And there we go. Even though I have maxed out persuasion, this is far too easy.
On my honor, I won't bother Carlotta ever again.
There.
Some parting
Now,
advice.
let's tell her the good news.
This is an ode to Skyrim.
And that's all of the small stuff done here. All we need to do now is that one that I'll leave till last. And yeah, I just find that too much of a distraction. We'll do that later. Sorry, there is one more. It's the Ebony Blade. It's the very last stage request we have to do. But I'm almost sure that's not available till, I think, after the attack on Whiterun. And then we talk to the bartender and we get that quest. Yeah, I think it's got to do with the Civil War anyway.
Crafted by the best blacksmith in Skyrim.
Right. Fresh baked loaf. Really? You convinced that loot place?
And that's just a miscellaneous quest.
I'd thank the gods, but I'll settle for thanking you. Here's some coin for your help.
There you go. Now, that little thing is out of the way. I didn't do that in the beginning because my speech skill was not the best. There we go. So where are we now anyway? 170, 264, miscellaneous main quests 2, side quests, companions, college, T-Guild, 11 on the Dark Brotherhood. Yeah, see, we got 0 on the Civil War. Hang on, I thought there was 16 Daedra requests, guys. I might be missing one, am I? Or maybe it's 15. And 3 quest lines. That's nice. Okay, let's go. So what do we need to do? Oh, hang on. I've got potions to sell, haven't I? I have, yeah, we just get rid of those guys. I've already done all of the investments in that.
What do you need, my friend? Oh, A bit of this.
So I'm a friend now, apparently.
Thanks for the business.
Now, if you keep going with the endless quests from the Brotherhood, which I would never do because they're endless, one of the targets is this vendor here, which I think is asinine. A good reason, I'd say, not to keep going with those quests. Why would you? You know, play them, you know, the endless thing. That's it. Yeah, we just get rid of that refined moonstone and then we're good to go. I need to be on the lookout for, and I sold one as well earlier and I forgot about it. I need 2 more amulets of Zenitar, I think it's called, and 1 of RK. So I'll have a look. You know, we'll be looking out for that in loot. Yeah, that's where we're going now to pick up the quest, guys. We'll just drop this before we go. Yeah, the combat is it's not bad for a BGS game, to be honest. It might not have aged pretty well, but yeah, I don't mind it, you know. And then some, yeah. But I've always found the funnest thing in Skyrim to be the archery. Even though I might not use it that much, I kind of prefer the tank system. Especially when you're doing so many quests just to get them done quickly. Still, it has its fun. Right, let's do this quest, guys. Now we'll do this and we'll clear the dungeon. I'm not sure, there might be another large quest here. Is this the one Silent Tongues, guys? I'm not sure. Probably. But if there is a quest here, we need to get it out of the way as well. Because, you know, when I said doing everything, about 80% of the locations on the map can be cleared. And when I say can be cleared, you know, it shows that symbol cleared. Now, apparently that's a bug. That should disappear after a while when it's restocked, but it never does. But I like that bug because, you know, you can tell where you've been before and what you've cleared. Especially if it's your first time in and you're not sure if you didn't pick up all the quests. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, because I do have one of the few skills I have sneak maxed out. And when I say maxed out, that's the perks as well. Yeah. That's done. All of that's done. And if I can get my hands on the Harmony spell, I can finish these quite easily. No, this is the original stuff from the game. No mods. This is vanilla. Yeah. That's all the vanilla stuff. I think the system is pretty decent. There was a good system in Oblivion as well, but it was pretty grindy compared to this. But yeah, I think it's okay, you know. Oh yeah, there's some nice ones. Now I'm nearly sure there's another quest here as well, guys. Oh, that's it. Yeah, Silence Tongues. I knew there was another quest. Now this isn't Creation Club, guys. This is actually an original quest. We get a couple of weapons from this one. So we can do both on this. But just because I'm here and we need to get this done, we'll be clearing the dungeons anyway. This is a golden opportunity to get it over and done with. Yeah, to get your illusion up to 100, it would be muffle, 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 of course, yeah. Yeah. What? Kind of using that? Well, the way we get something, let's say, increase it would be by using it. But without using any of the heavier spells that you probably couldn't, wouldn't be able to power. Muffle is the most efficient way. You mean using it because you don't need it? No. Not really. If you used all of the skills, let's say, only when you need them, I don't think you would ever max out a character. You want the free perks. Well, illusion is pretty good getting it to 100 if you like to use invisibility. Invisibility is a really handy skill to have. It helps in a lot of things. Yeah. And in sneak, the muffling thing it's pretty good. But you'll get it in the perk eventually anyway, Yeah, that's another good way. That's my favorite way of doing it. You could do it the other way, but it's 100 times more grindy, But it doesn't really take that long to do it, to be honest. Especially if you're going away doing quests. Let's say muffle, 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 you run out of magic or whatever, you fast travel, you're doing your little quests, and it goes up pretty quick, Which, yeah, it is a bit of a pain. But I've done it once on this, because I needed a couple of more perks to finish off. I needed the unbreakable lockpick thing. So, you can see I've done illusion 3 times. But I did it the hard way, with muffle. Horrible. I prefer harmony. But you see, I've already done alteration as well, using the detect life. And you can tell by that little thing on the bottom. Okay, we're in the wrong place, guys. Ah, here we go. Right. Let's talk to these guys.
By the almighty divines, you've come. You've actually come.
Hmm.
This dreadful black sacrament thing.
Use an illusion one to get the perk points and use those perks on a warrior trait. A proper skill rank system wouldn't allow that, in my opinion. Well, it depends on how you look at it, and I'll show you what I mean in a moment. But yeah, it's a bit underbaked.
Yes, so it would seem.
He's not impressed with that answer. I'll show you what I mean in a moment.
Several, actually.
You can bug out a quest by, kind of breaking the dialogue in this. Sometimes. Go on.
As I said, I want you to kill several people. You'll find the targets as well as.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, Skyrim is not like that.
I'm sure someone of your disposition will probably even
Yeah.
find it enjoyable.
With Skyrim you can do all of the classes. Yeah. That's been a complaint for a lot of people. Doesn't bother me that much. Let's say, take Dragon Age for instance, so you've got to specialize in mage or warrior, or rogue. The problem with Dragon Age, from what I remember, is, if you don't go in as a mage, you're pretty much done,
Oh, wonderful. You don't know how happy I am to hear you say that. So much has led to this day.
Yes, it will force you to do that. Yeah,
The very
it will.
stars have finally aligned. But I digress. Here,
It doesn't bother me that much.
superior.
But that's how I kind of play anyway, so, I know it wouldn't appeal to everyone. Now we'll just finish the dialogue with these guys, and I'll show you what I mean.
Here.
The sealed letter will explain
There.
everything that needs to be done.
That's
the amulet
okay.
is quite valuable. You can use it to pay any and all expenses.
Yeah. Now, we'll clear this. Now, this is the problem with this game, and I know exactly what you mean. These are the skills. I have maxed out everything to 100, right? And I'm falling short by a long way of maxing these skills, because before they're truly maxed, you've got to take out all of the perks. And there's a lot of perks left. So I have already done some of these, what, 1 tree, let's say. I brought down certain ones 4 times, right? And still, I'm only level 90, and there's still so many perks to go. But you'd have to get to level 252 to truly max your character. You know, doing all of that junk. Now, if you were to take these down, it would take you forever to do that. But there is an option that I found, and a lot of other people have as well. In Illusion, if you use the Harmony spell on Illusion, and you've got a reasonable amount of magic to power a pretty powerful spell, you can do this reasonably quickly. Apparently the Elder Scrolls Online has a similar system, although that one apparently, I haven't seen it, but apparently it's an alteration, something very similar. And for what it is, I think that's good, because it's madness, you know, to do it that way. But it still takes a long time, but it's much quicker than doing it this way, you know. And you're not losing, you know, much of your skills. Well, you're not losing any, actually, you know, while you're doing this. But on a system where you'd pick, let's say, a rogue or a mage, or let's say a warrior, yeah, that obviously has its benefits. It's extremely high, yeah. I would say 90% of people that do a playthrough would never max out their character like this. And I would say maybe 0.5% would go as far as getting to level 252. It's not a common thing to do. And that's not a bad thing. It's just, it's very grindy, and you know, it's just a few players that would do it, you know. Lots of people wouldn't find that fun, and I can't blame them, you know. Not everyone has unlimited time to play games, you know. So I definitely wouldn't fault them for that, you know. But doing a system where you're picking mage or rogue or whatever, and you specialize in that, yeah, you get through the perks pretty quickly, and you know, you kind of finish, and you're then locked into that character. What I find about that, let's say when you're doing games, we'll use Dragon Age. You know, you've got to bring a mage with you, you've got to bring followers, you obviously need a rogue for lockpicking. So you're always kind of forced to bring followers. I hate bringing followers with me. But if you want to do everything yourself, yeah, this is not a bad system. You know, I kind of like it, you know. But it is overwhelming because there's a lot to do. Maybe cutting back on the kind of perks and that would have helped. But the fact that you've got to legendary, some of these, well, in the beginning it didn't even have this. You know, you'd max out at level 81. That's the max. Let's say when you do all of this and you didn't have the option, you know, to do legendary, to max your character completely. And that was, that's not good, because then you've got to kind of pick and choose the perks you want, and you've still got this empty board. But as a kind of workaround that, doing the ledger thing, yeah, it was pretty good for what it is. You know, obviously wouldn't appeal to everyone, because it requires a lot of work. But as I said, you know, using harmony on the illusion helps a lot. Like a skill tree, yeah. But this is a vast improvement to what they had, Papa. you should have seen the way it was in Oblivion. You know, it was very complicated, and you nearly had to plan out your system. You know, you rank up on magic, on illusion. Yeah, you do. No, you can take any perk you want to. You can, when you rank up on magic, you can put that perk wherever you want to. I could rank up on alteration, and I could apply it to smithing. Once you get the perk, it can go anywhere. Yeah, it can go anywhere. You can rank up on illusion, and you can use that perk wherever you want to. Yeah. 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 But they wanted to kind of appeal to probably, you know, the most people they could. I don't mind the system actually, because it is a massive step forward, in my opinion, to Oblivion. In a sense that it's not as grindy, believe it or not, and you've got way more control. But trust me, I'm not saying it's a perfect system. It's far from perfect. But for BGS and what they've done before, it's definitely a step in the right direction, you know? Yeah, yeah. But I do it anyway. I always play as a warrior, but I'll always do the, you know, the thief and the magic as well, just to max my character. Just for that reason alone. But it's just me doing everything that I can possibly do in the game, just for that reason. But this game, it's not that kind of a game, if you know what I mean. It's a kind of a game where, you know, it's not that focused on that. Strangely enough, it's not that focused on that kind of role play. Which is I know it's kind of strange. It would be obviously a lot more focused on roleplay if you picked a certain class. But as I said, I probably did it. You know, you can still do this, and you can do the role playing yourself, but it won't force you into anything. You can just ignore these. You know, this is optional. And if you want to be, let's say, a wizard, you know, you can just focus on those things, not taking the other guys out. I think that's the way they meant it. You know, pick and choose. And then, I suppose, if you change your mind and now you want to become a warrior, you could just legendary those ones, and then move your perks to warrior. You know what I mean? But you'd still have to work on them. That kind of stuff. So, if you want to kind of change your system midway, it kind of allows for that. So there is an upside to it as well, you know. Yeah, yeah, it's not a big thing, to be honest. You know, a minor amount of people would find this, let's say, frustrating. Yeah, yeah, but it's never been a game that focused too much on a certain kind of skill or type. You know, it's pretty much kind of jack of all trades kind of thing, and I can kind of understand where they were going with it. And I still think it's not a bad system. You know, but watching me play this and the way I do it, that's not normal. You know, most people would only, you know, just do the game and just take the packs as they would come out. And again, that's not a bad thing. It's just with me, you know, I like the game and I like to get a lot of it done, you know. Yeah, yeah. They do kind of push you in that way, but it is totally optional. But the more you play this, the more you'll understand. It is confusing at the start, Papa. But, you know, you get used to it and you kind of understand where we're going with it, you know? Yeah, we can get rid of silence tongues for her here. Silent tongues. Na 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 na. Okay. Let's have some fun. God, he's tough, isn't he? Okay. And let's do this the hard way. There's a lot of guys here, alright? Now, let's start grinding on this dungeon. This is not the worst quest ever, but it's a bit vague, yeah. I died to start archery in my previous life. The undead deal. Oh yeah? But the game can be, let's say on the higher levels of difficulty, it can be kind of off-putting, alright. But that's, you see, a lot of players, and you can't blame them, they want to go right into the story, you know, into the main quest lines and that, which can be hard if you start off, but it does require a lot of focus on your character, on building him up. To me, that's my favourite part, actually. But I'm definitely in a minority with that. You know, a lot of people don't want to waste too much time in their character. But I've always liked improving the character, you know? Because they want to get on with the game, you know? They'd like to get into the quests and get immersed in it. But then they find the quests are too hard and they're getting frustrated or getting wiped out when they get to the dungeons. You know, because they haven't done their work, let's say, on better weapons, better armor, better spells, you know, that kind of stuff. Again, depending on the level you're playing on. Obviously, you can play it on the easiest level, but that would really kill the fun, you know? So, off-putting in that way. You know, they don't have the time to really do that, and they just want to experience the game. But they want to do it, they don't want to say, I did it on easy, you know, or normal. They would mostly probably take master skills, you know. And that's understandable. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. They're the ones you should be concentrating on. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's much more needed when obviously you're playing on legendary. No, but it is to a lot of players. We would be in a minority, I'd say. Yeah, it's my favourite part. And I understand if you really like the game, you want to find out more and you want to be pushing through. Oh, I'll do this quest and I'll get better weapons and that. But what they don't realise is the weapons they give you in this game, it's rubbish. That you can make vastly better weapons and armour than anything you can get in the game. So if you want good weapons and armour, start to max out those 3 that I said. Yeah. That's where you become really powerful then. Yep. Yeah, that's a good way. The rest is just fluff. Now, in the early stages, you might be able to use some of it. You know, that's okay. Oh, hang on, this is the way we came in already, isn't it? It is. Okay. Let's see. Okay, that's the way back. I don't know where I'm going. Let me see. I think it's this way. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Oh. Okay. We're here to take your junk. I think I've already got a full set of that ancient Nord stuff. Hello. Good, okay. We just need a second one of these. We find a kind of mini boss thing. We get to 2 weapons, they're ceremonial, it opens the door, and then we find 2 more inside, we get the original weapons. End of quest. Not the greatest quest, but, you know, not the worst one by far. There. Okay. That's one of the weapons. Okay, we're pretty good to go. Right, round 2. I like this one because it's pretty straightforward. The dungeons are not too big. I hate large dungeons. Max damage, making weapons. Yeah, and the perks as well would help, obviously. If I should go Stormcloaker and Peel. Lightly modded playthrough I'm doing. Nice. Yeah, there's pros and cons, isn't there? I usually tend to go with the Empire. But it's only because of Yorfric. I do believe, let's say, the cause is just, you know, with the Stormcloaks. But the problem is the guy they have running the show after. He's obviously in it for power and, you know, for himself. And when he gets into power, life for the non-Nord races, it's pretty grim. The Khajiit, the Argonians, and especially the Elves. Then going with the Empire, you know, they're an occupying force. But probably in the situation that you have in Skyrim, in my opinion, the lesser of 2 evils, you know. It's a hard one. There's no right or wrong decision. And that's something that BGS will do in all of the games, you know. Just 6 levels left. Yeah, it'll be really cool when you manage to get 2 enchantments on one piece. Whenever you're doing your helmet, the only 2 worth much on a helmet would be water breathing and archery. The rest, you know, doesn't really matter. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. 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 They've got a massive problem with their leader. He's just a really unlikable character. And after murdering the Earl of Solitude, yeah, that was pretty nasty. But absolutely not a likable character. There we go. And where's the other one? Down that way, apparently. Let's go for it. Yeah, we killed that guy, we did. Right. Wakey wakey. Yeah, but no right or wrong in who you pick, to be honest. There's arguments on both sides. But this is common enough for BGS games. See what I mean? The more you learn. Like, once you do a few playthroughs, you talk to the elves, especially in Windhelm, you know, and then as you side with Yorfric and you see, it's much worse, and you side with the Empire, then you talk and they say things are looking up, and and that. But if you want to please the majority, and that, but you can understand the Nords, and this is politics. It is, and it can be likened to what we're seeing now, but it's done in a fantasy sense with this kind of stuff, But the fact that it's, we're familiar with that kind of politics, but yet it doesn't remind us of modern day stuff. It's pretty well done, But games now, when they're adding politics to it, it's not like that. It's more immersion breaking, and it's more in your face kind of stuff, So it's much different, in my opinion. But it fits in well here with the situation, with the occupation, and that. And then you could say, well, what's the difference, Okay, so the Empire is occupying Skyrim, and they're displacing the Nords. And then you could say, oh, hang on, but didn't the Nords do exactly the same to the Elves? The Elves would have been the first race here. So they did exactly the same to the Elves. You see where I'm going? And they hunted and killed them to extinction. The only ones left now would be, apart from that one guy on that quest you do, is the farmer. And they would have been a kind of, a lesser version. The elves retreated to the caves, and over generations, turned into the farmer. Yeah, so it's a pretty decent story, if you look at it that way. And it can be likened to modern history, with Empire and with certain aspects of colonialism. So it was pretty well written. But even though it mirrors that so much, that wouldn't automatically, kind of scream out at you, if you know what I mean. So it's not that one-dimensional. And the way I see modern politics in games today, it's just too one-dimensional. Even though that's parallel with that, it doesn't scream out that much, Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. But you want to be playing the game a while and paying attention to it. So the lore is very important in this game, as any game really. But you'll get a lot of people, let's say, that would, just play this game for what it is, and that's totally okay as well. Make something. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. It's vague enough. But when you go to the Dwemer runes, Wolf, you get that kind of they've just disappeared, stuff left out on the table, that kind of stuff. You remember, like, that ship, the Marie Celeste, is it? Yeah, they're kind of going with that. Then you'll get that quest. Oh, we haven't gone back to do the quest, Wolf. Remember where we pick it up again to get a keening blade? I'll have a look at that in a moment. That just reminded me. Do you remember I said that it's how back till we finish the college quest? Yeah, we'll get back to him in a moment. But judging by that one, it seems like that they were working on some kind of portal or something, and it backfired. So it could have gone one of two ways. They could have migrated, let's say, decided to leave, which seems to be unlikely, or they released something that literally took them. Again, there's not much to support that, so it's a big mystery. There's the two options. But yeah, I've always thought that they should have had some kind of dwarves in the game. Yeah. But you see the way they went with the main story in Starfield, it wasn't much better. you know, we do the Peter Pan thing to get the pieces, you know, over and over again, and, you know, we don't even know who made the structure. We know who we're against, and they didn't make the structure either. Now, that's okay to have in the background of a game, let's say. You know, not in a quest, but that kind of background, that kind of mystery. But to have that kind of mystery with a main quest, ooh, no, that's breaking the rules of an RPG. You know, when you start an RPG, you should know where your place is and what you need to do. The two basic things in an RPG. What you're working for, what you're building up to, you know. And not getting any answers, it's not very fulfilling. Absolutely, yeah. I think it's a part of the game that they didn't really, you know, they have touched on the elves here and there, you know. Which again is a good story. Elves are always a good story. But the Dwemer, yeah. But remember, guys, there's not much lore on the Dwemer, really. You know, there's a lot of speculation here and there, and, you know, you can kind of draw your own conclusions. But if they did elaborate a bit more on that, and let's say even center a game around that, you're talking about the new guys, and they will be adding new lore to the game. So do you think we could trust them to make sensible lore around the Dwemer? You know, there's that part of it too. So that's something to think about. Okay. Right. I had for the two bosses. Ah, come here, you. Look at that! Coward. Now you see I've got to find that idiot. Yeah, I'm killing you before. Nah, I'll get you later. Stupid. But to see the undead run, oh. Like, who's afraid of who? Now, we'll get that guy on the way back. That's it. Okay, we're pretty much done except the main chamber. Yeah. Been like that in Morrowind. Yeah, and that's good in the background. Shrugsy, of course, you know, it's a nice thing to have. But they kind of applied the same thing, didn't they, to the main quest in Starfield, because, you know, it's very, very vague, you know. Yeah, a Death Lord. Yeah, they're pretty strong. Yeah, yeah. Nice, yeah. Stealth arch them. Yeah, that's a good way to go. But those guys they can be a nasty piece of work on Legendary. I haven't maxed out my weapons yet. Now, let's go, guys. Let's get our prize. Now the reason I got sidetracked here is we're here, you know, perfect time to finish this quest. Perfect time. My God, did you see the ship, Shrugsy? Oh, that was very, very disappointing. It looked cool. It was too big for the landing pad. It was very basic inside. There was nowhere to sit. There was nowhere for your followers. There was no beds. There was zero. And its abilities were pretty overwhelming. And you couldn't do any upgrades to it. You couldn't fit it with any new weapons. God, they messed up on that. It's a pity. If it was done properly, you know, if it was a little smaller where it would fit properly, you know, if it had a little place, let's say, you know, and it was an ideal spot, you know, to have your kind of, like a kind of Star Trek thing, you know, your companions standing up around terminals and that, you know, working those. A few beds, something like that. It would have been cool. You know? It's a pity. The ship, it was a disgrace. And it was much worse than anything you could build. Why would you use it? And even if you did the 100 billion quests, say, to get each different version, even the last one wouldn't be as powerful. It looked cool, I will say that. But it was lacking in so many ways. Yeah. Horrible. Horrible game. Yeah, I can laugh about it now, but when I was playing the game I found it very frustrating. But for me mostly it was the endless bugs that were stopping me every step I took. Now we gotta defeat this guy. So, I will do the old sneak thingy. I will get out of here quick. Oh, there's a word of power here as well, nice. Forgot about that one. The word of power. Okay. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. There's the two weapons we need, guys. That's our prize. Unique weapons. Oh, Nightfalls and Sentinel. You don't usually see that. We'll have to call in our little helper, guys. We're overloaded. Yeah, we're doing good. We just clear up this and get our word of power.
You have many things I wish to buy. I'm sure we can strike a bargain.
We play Borretta and make a good game. Yeah. Well, that's definitely in their favor if, you know, they want to add Creation Club stuff. I can kind of understand it's a benefit to them, but it's not much of a benefit to us. And it tends to stall companies as well. You seen what that did with Rockstar. Yeah, it took them forever to make any new content. Apparently, yeah. I'm kind of looking forward to playing it just for that reason, as weird as it may sound, Joes. You know. Yeah. After I've gotten over my trauma, obviously, of playing the base game. But there's one thing I couldn't do is no. I couldn't play Dragon Age, the new one. No, I would have to. I have to draw the line on that. No, I like that IP, and no, that would literally kill all the other games for me as well.
I do so love dealing.
Now, let's see. Okay, where's the... Okay, it's this way. Oh, it's around here somewhere. Ah, there it is. Let's grab that. Okay, it's... what is it? Seek, Aurora Whisper? Shout... Yeah, okay, that's the second one on that. Right, let's go, guys. We're doing pretty good. There were some parts of it that were okay, yeah. For me, what really killed the jewels was the almost zero interesting exploration and the massive amount of bugs, especially the bugs, you know. And then dropped it and went back to my settlement building. Yeah, I heard that the DLC was pretty bad, but I was looking to some comparisons of the DLC, but I think when the DLC dropped, I think just under 6% of the people who bought the game came back for the DLC. That's saying a lot, guys, for a BGS game, isn't it? Less than 6% came back for the DLC on its drop. The highs on that game and how many people are playing it now, it's ridiculous for a BGS game. It's really, really telling and really bad. Like, if you take, for instance, I know they're different games, but they're video games all the same. The likes of Elden Ring, you know, that had a massive peak, a massive high when it was released. And when the DLC dropped, I think for that one, or was it Cyberpunk, one or the other, they actually reached a new peak. You know, there was a bigger peak than, let's say, the peak it had on the base game, right? And now you've got Starfield, which had a very, very bad peak. You know, even though it was a BGS game. You know, the word about that one travelled pretty quickly and very disappointing for fans and obviously disappointing for Todd. But to see less than 6% of the guys, that played the base game coming back, you know, these are the guys that actually owned the probably owned the DLC, as far as I know. And then to see such a different comparison with, you know, that other game where it actually made a new high. You know, that's how good the DLC was. But this kind of stuff doesn't seem to sink in with BGS. They don't, you know, obviously they know. And no, they couldn't be crazy enough that it's some kind of weird denial. I think they've just probably accepted the fact that they can't do the IP anymore. They're not good enough, you know. I can't really comment much on that because I have tried to understand the logic. You know, it wouldn't take much. You know, BGS fans have always been very forgiving. And it wouldn't take much for them to get back on track. You know, to get in some writers and write some decent stories. And even if, you know, fans have to stick with this engine they've been using, you know, we would obviously like if they got a really good engine, you know, but if they started, let's say, okay, we're gonna really knuckle down on this, we'll do some good stuff, we'll stop the toxic behavior, we'll stop, you know, gaslighting and insulting fans, and while we're doing this, we'll be either building another engine or training some guys to work on the likes of Unreal 5. Not sure if Unreal 5 could cut it with what BGS wants to do. I'm not sure about that. But, you know, if they were acknowledging, you know, the feedback and the mistakes they've been making, but, you know, the fact that, let's say, you know, the Shattered Space DLC was absolutely not well received, and the fact that the comment from Todd Howard apparently was, well, yeah, it's kind of my fault, you know. What I did was, you know, we released the buggy and the updates too soon. We should have held it back and released it with the DLC, and then everything would be okay. Everyone would love BGS, and, you know, we'd be getting awards for that one. So, you know, what he was saying was, yeah, it's his fault because he was too nice. You know, he spoiled us with the free buggy and the updates, you know, because it was very cutting edge to give someone a map in the game. Yeah, that was pretty decent of him, you know. But the fact that that game was released without a map, you know, without a local map is it defies logic, you know. And the fact that that was his response, you know, it's not that we did wrong, we messed up, you know, even if they weren't truthful about it, you know, that they still carried on. At least you'd have the illusion that they were listening to the feedback and trying to improve. But if you think you're doing nothing wrong, everyone else is wrong and you were right, you know, you're definitely not going to change. So, yeah, I don't know how long that Microsoft will shoulder this one, to be honest. I know they're not the most patient company in the world. I've learned that when they dropped the Mixer platform like a hot potato, when they dumped money into an endless pit, and they got sick of doing that, and then, you know, without as much as a warning, they literally just got out of it. Not sure if they do it here. I know it means a lot to them for their Game Pass. But remember, this is a side gig from Microsoft, you know, on Unreal 5. Yeah, there was a lot of controversy, Jules, as well, about that, wasn't there? Yeah. Something about social politics again. And I heard a lot of players out from that were not really kind of happy with the game. But I don't play Halo, so I'm not sure. Just little bits I heard. Yeah, but it's, I don't know. It's a weird situation, guys, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. That's not too bad. We've done this and we're kind of... Oh, I like that. Yeah, you'll get a few of those, but I like to keep them anyway. The fact that I can't craft them, you know, kind of makes them unique. Nice. Okay. Oh, hang on. How do we, Oh! You're kidding me, they want me to go back out? Oh, that's horrible. I hate that, there should be another way out. No, we'll have to go back the way we came. That's so stupid. Okay, we've finished the quest, we've killed the bad guys, and we've got our shout. That's it. So we're totally finished with this dungeon. Nice. Right, let's go sell our junk and let's hand in our quest. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna take a while to sell this junk, isn't it? That's, of course, if we can find our way out. There. This is a fantastic game if you haven't played it before, going into a dungeon and actually not knowing what you can find. The downside is, you know, once you really know this game, you'll discover that you can make stuff much, much better than what you could find. It wasn't the same in Oblivion. There was a few items you could get you could never match. They were nice, you know. I think that's what games are missing too. Well, this game in particular. You know, there should be a few items. You know, well, a good few items that you can pick up that, you know, you could never surpass in crafting. Alright, let's go selling. Do I want to kill this guy again? Sure. Let's go for it. Where is he? Oh, hang on. I'm not in the place I think I am. No, that's another one cleared, guys. That's nice. Right, let's go selling. Yeah, let's save. I don't know, if we're lucky, I suppose Whiterun should have some cash. We've got a lot to sell. Yeah, pretty much me too, yeah. But for me, the biggest part of this game has been, you know, just wandering around and exploring. That's the main part for me. Without that, I would probably have no interest in this game. Yeah, yeah. No, with the kind of exploring you can do, for me, I find it very immersive. You know, gives me a chance to just get away from it all for a few hours. You know. Yeah, yeah. And even though you realize, let's say in the later stages of the game, you can make much better stuff than what you can find, it's still an incentive, especially if you haven't played the game before. It's always interesting, you know. But at no stage did I feel that interest in Starfield. Like, for the first 10 or 15 hours, I said, okay, yeah, it's kind of okay, you know. We're going to move out and we're going to see more interesting stuff and we're going to get more interesting quests, but that never happened. It was just copy and paste, copy and paste. And then I realized within 10 hours, 15 hours tops, pretty much seen whatever there was in the game. And then to finish it off, I'd just have to repeat those things over and over again. It was far from original. And when Emil said the game was unique, yeah, that really ticked me off. Like, for goodness sake, you know, you're called a Starborn, Dragonborn, and the powers you had in that was just another version of the dragon shouts. You know? But again, that wasn't too much of an issue for me, but the statement he made really, I don't know, delusional. Oh, I tried everything to give it a chance, but I will give it some praise. Even though it was bugged beyond belief, the shipbuilding was a step in the right direction. Even though you weren't really flying the ship, it was just a simulator loading screens. It was cool. I think when they came out with the buggy, even though it was absolutely useless for the game, if there was a compartment you could add to your ship to store that buggy, that would have been cool. The fact that it spawned in with you really ruined that one. It wouldn't have taken much, so you could add an extra compartment to your ship where you could kind of drive that buggy in on a ramp. That would have been decent. Yeah. Even if you never used it, you know, just to make your ship that kind of, you know. Yeah, me too. But it was bugged beyond belief. It was so asinine. You know, the fact that when you started a ship, you had to finish it. You know, that was horrible. And you couldn't save your parts. You couldn't collect parts and just keep them in storage. If there was a bay on that where you could half make a ship, you know, whenever you could afford it and get the parts or whatever, and slowly put it together, and save your progress on that, you know what I mean? Or when you're hijacking stuff, you know, you could strip it down for parts and add it to your ship, you know, and you could store pieces. That would have been cool. That would have been the way to go, really. But the fact you had to design and make from scratch, with no real help, a ship that was flyable, or if you backed out you'd lose all your progress, that was frustrating beyond belief, you know. Yeah. Oh, horrible. There wasn't a good enough selection of layouts, yeah. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And the landing bays for the types of ships you could build were a bit small, yeah. And the power, that killed me. You know, you could add as many engines and stuff as you wanted to, but only one reactor. We had half the power we needed to make a decent ship, you know. I can understand they wouldn't allow you to have too much power on a ship. You know, you'd put that many weapons, but I think we only had 50% of the power with the top reactors that we needed to make a decent ship, you know. Of course there was a glitch you could use, but that really killed it.
You're someone. Blades, helmets, pretty much anything.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Okay, those guys are already done. Ah, let's work with these guys then.
What brings you to the market?
I'm here to buy food.
What do you need? Some may call this junk. Me? I call them treasures.
Remember,
That's a pity. I thought these guys would have their money back. Oh, I don't need these guys. Oh. Man, we'll get some of it sold. Would be good.
Let me know if you see anything you like.
She doesn't sell buy potions for me. No, you haven't picked a perk, Papa. You go into skills, and you go into... Where is it? Speech. You see this skill here? No, you need a perk. So if you go along here, you'll see a lower 10% better prices with the opposite sex. And then you see merchant. There it is there. You need to be level 50 and you need to take out this perk. And it says can sell any type of item to any kind of merchant. Very handy, isn't it? Yeah, well worth it. That's what you need. Yeah, that's what you need. Now this is handy as well. This one is called Investor. So you can invest 500 with any, well, not any shopkeeper, but most of them. So that means they'll have 500 more. So if they have 500, now they'll have 1,000. But you lose that money, but it's well worth it, right? So now that NPC who had 500, he now has 1,000. And then you go up here to fence, and basically anyone that you've invested with will now buy stolen items. And then you go to the last one here, and it's called Master Trader. And then every merchant in the world has 1,000 more gold. So if you meet an NPC that originally has 500, by the time you take out these perks, he now has 2,000, and he will buy anything that you want to sell him, including stolen stuff. And that's there, and it's in the speech. Yeah, I still have a lot of work to do in it, so I just took out the important stuff.
Please do look around. You and me. Take a look.
Now, weapons. Okay. Okay. That's nasty. Yeah, it will take a bit to saw that one, won't it?
Do come back.
Got something for just about everybody in here. Give a holler if you have any questions. You look... So you're interested in my potions and ingredients?
Oh, this guy, yeah. There's the one. There you go. Now. Oh, that's nice. That was handy. Now, this is something about, it's kind of buggy. They told me I had a disease. I don't think so. Nah. But it kind of happens sometimes, so I'll keep a look out. Oh, it doesn't work that way. First of all, when you do the Dragon Rising quest, you'll be randomly attacked by dragons. Secondly, if you go out to the dragon dens, you'll be able to fight one there. Oh yeah, there's nothing you can do about that. Sometimes they'll land and fight, and sometimes they won't land. Yeah. Yeah, there's not much you can do about that. Yeah, it happens all the time. Now, eventually in the quest line, and I'll try and do this without too many spoilers, you'll get a dragon shout, and it's called Dragon Rend. And when you hit a dragon with that, it forces him to land, so then you can fight him. But the problem with that dragon shout is, you pretty much finish the game by the time you get it. And that's actually at the end of the... well, almost at the end of the kind of Dragon Quest story. Yeah. So you know what I mean. By the time you get it, it's not good. But Dragon Rend would be the shout for that.
Just stoke the fire. Take a seat and get the cold out. If it's worth, take a look.
Okay. Oh my. We'll get rid of a good bit of this anyway. Good.
Need anything
There's still 2 more vendors left, and we still have Riverwood. So the only thing we've got left here is that, and the only way to finish that properly is the end of the Civil War, I think. We've got the tree quest, and we've got, I think, the last stage request to get this trap behind the quest line. So we'll get to that eventually. They're pretty big quests, so they're hard to forget. But everything else is pretty much cleared.
Got a lot of steel to shape. Gods be praised.
Now, now we've got one more guy here that we're going to use. Left, and I did the ones you're on. 20 quests so far. Yeah, there's a lot of quests in this game. Tons of them. You do know when you get diseases, let's say if you don't have a cure disease potion, you can just click on any one of those shrines and it cures your diseases. Yeah, you probably discovered that already. Pretty similar to the stuff in Oblivion. Yeah. Nice. It's definitely one way of looking at it. Yeah, you get some perks too. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were already on your way to spells and incantations for those with the talent to cast them.
Oh, guys, it's gonna take forever to sell these. Whatever. Now we still have a few vendors to go to anyway. They're very expensive. I can get rid of some of this in Riverwood anyway. But that's all the vendors here pretty much cleaned out. Let's head to Riverwood. Riverwood. I need to drop off the weapons anyway on Lakeview. We'll be able to display them some other time.
May the gods watch. Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage?
Oh, sugar. He's only got 16. Apparently we've been here before. That's a pity. Yeah, so these guys probably don't have any cash. Not a problem, we drop off what we can. And we'll sell that as we go.
Odds and ends.
Yeah, okay. Let's drop off some of this junk. The dagger I want to keep. a lot of junk to sell. Oh my god. That's the stupid Prowler's Profit Perk, guys. Yeah, it just spams you with so much gems, it's ridiculous. It really is. Right at the time in the game where money, it's just a problem. Oh well. At least we won't be hurting for cash. Keeping a sparrow shield wielded. Not really, no. No. Well, unless you have certain perks out, let's say, you know, wearing the heavy armor and having a lot of stuff will affect your sneak. But to be honest, it's only minimal, you know. When you've maxed out sneak, it really doesn't make much of a difference. I've even used light spells. The AI is not the greatest in the game. Oh yeah, it would be best to have your dagger drone. It's the dagger if you're going for a sneak kill. Even though it's not as powerful as a sword, you know, it does have the 15 times damage, I think, while a sword has just 6. Yeah, yeah, Oblivion was pretty easy.
Want to hear a little Lord?
There, we're pretty good. And the rest will sell as we go, guys. You see how I noticed till that I waited till that conversation was over. Now, right, we can go back anyway and cash in this quest. We're going to do the hit in Solitude. I'll have to be careful with that one. Yeah, well, I doubt we'll finish it all in this. Well, we never know. You do a lot in 2 hours. Yeah, you could do a lot in 2 hours.
You're back. Good. All right, so...
Yes, he wants us to kill... Oh, the Empire. Yeah, the Emperor. Well, I have to do the wedding job before that.
You're joking.
Show Astra the amulet and sealed letter.
What's this?
Oh yeah, we're sent on a spammy quest to Riften to appraise this thingy. Yeah. Expense all the amulet is for expenses.
By Sithis, you're not joking.
Nope.
To kill the Emperor of Tamriel.
I don't know if we do it now or we do it after the assassination, I forget.
Since the assassination of Pelagius. As a matter of fact, no one has dared assassinate an Emperor of Tamriel since the murder of Uriel Septim, and that was 200 years ago.
And I was there for that as well. Oh, surely the Night Mother wouldn't misdirect us.
No, she certainly wouldn't. And, for whatever reason, she chose to relay Motier's information to you.
Yep.
I don't know exactly what's going on here, if you're the listener, or this is some fluke, or what. But what we now have before us...
So we accept the contract?
You're damn right we'll accept it. If we pull this off, the Dark Brotherhood will know a fear and respect we haven't seen in centuries. You think I'd abandon an opportunity to lead my family to glory? But this is all so much to take in. I need time to read the letter and figure out where we go from here. And this amulet.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking we need that amulet appraised. I want to know where it came from. How much
Yeah. We do go to
we
Riften.
can actually get away with selling it.
That's not too bad. We finished Riften 100%. Gives us a good chance to sell this junk as well.
He's a fence, a private operator. Works out of the Ratway in Riften.
Oh yeah, we've got the 4 ones beneath as well, yeah. We should be able to take care of
Find
this
out
junk from
everything
there.
you can and sell it if he's willing. He'll offer a letter of credit.
Yeah, yeah.
Delvin Mallory and the Dark Brotherhood have history. He can be trusted.
I see. There we go. Nah. Let's see. Yep. Alright, this should be handy enough. Great opportunity to sell this junk. And we've got the other 4 stores in as well. And then the Thieves Gold, I've got a ton of money. Okay. Oh, this one we've done 100%. Everything, I mean, everything is done here.
At the Riften fishery is tough.
Okay.
We're one of the... See for yourself.
Now. Ooh. Oh, hang on. What do?
Thanks again for the ice ray tea.
Yeah, we might as well make the best of this now.
If you've got the coin, you've come to the right place. Pull up a seat.
Ours is... depends. Are you thirsty? Hungry? Both? Just get out of here.
Take a look.
Perfect.
Door's over there. Why don't you use it?
What do you want?
That's the guy from oh, that village. Remember the one where we did the Book of Love?
Welcome to the pond, Croc. Come on in, take a look around. May the gods watch. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
Hmm. Hmm.
All right then.
You've been a good... the finest weapons and armor.
That's the worst about that. Prowler's profit as well. I'm gonna get far too much of this junk. 71. Yeah, okay.
Return anytime. You're quite welcome here.
If anything, take a look.
So it's more of a hindrance really than anything else.
Good journey, marsh friend.
Yes? Take a look.
Okay. We'll be able to get rid of the rest in the Thieves Guild.
Everything I've got on display, really.
Whatever little is left. Well, that's it. That's everything, guys. Oh, hang on. No, we've got a... Yeah, that's it. Oh, hang on.
Come back when you're ready to spend more gold.
Azura, see for yourself.
Oh, we didn't even need it to have gone. That's it. That's all of our junk. Now.
I really appreciate what you've done for me.
Yeah, there was a bug before when he went to jail and he never came back. I think it was the unofficial patch fixed that one. Who knows? But you could still pick up his quest in the jail. And that's our finished job here, guys. Yeah. That's when you know you've got everything done. When you've got the safe in. Even got the crown. Here, let's have a crack at this for a moment. Wrong one. It's here. I doubt we'll pick up the skeleton we need, but it's worth a shot. See how much of a pain the Prowler's Prophet is? You're getting really expensive gems every time. Oh. Yeah, I need that. I need 2 of those, and I need 1 RK amulet. We can use that on another one of our art for our homes. Oh, I hate it when this happens. Okay. Yeah. I just do it for fun. We definitely don't need the money. Oh, come on, Todd. Fix this lockpicking system. Yeah, you'll get a lot of money really quick. Money has never been an issue in any BGS game. Maybe at the beginning for a while, but you know, once you get into it, yeah, not really. Yeah, that or leather bracers. Yeah, either one is good. We're working on enchanting and obviously smithing as well. Where is that little fence? There she is.
If you're looking usual guild rate, let's take a
No.
look at them.
Oh, we're keeping that. Yeah, she's got a ton of cash. And trust me, we'll need it. Oh, we'll need it.
It's one thing. Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
And that was just from that junk there. There. That's everything, guys. Now, let's get on with our quest. No, but it's not really about, you know, the money part of it. It's about making something as cheaply as possible. So you're getting up smithing, and if you want to, you can enchant them as well. Yeah, but money, as I said, no, not really a thing.
Something you need? Anything for the guild.
The goal should always be to improve your stats, your skills. money would be secondary. Especially if you've done the alchemy bit, you know.
Oh, I see. Well, you're making friends all over, ain't ya?
Yep.
So, how's Astrid doing these days? Tell her to stop by sometime. We can have a drink. Catch up.
From China, they're cheaper over there. That seems to be the thing, Wolf, doesn't it? Fortunately. On trainers, yeah. Yeah, it's a win-win. You do know you can steal the money back even if you've got bad, I know the money gets to a ridiculous state, but even if you have bad pickpocket, you know, you just need a paralyzed potion added to their inventory and they drop like a stone and you can take their money back. So the training can be absolutely free. Just cost you one paralyzed potion.
Let's see. Where did you get this? Don't answer. I don't want to know.
I can show you if you want to. I did on this one because it's too grindy. But 99.9% of the time I would never use a trainer.
Look, it ain't my business to tell the Dark Brotherhood its business.
Because I did say on this game we do everything. So that would include training as well. But only because of that. Usually I wouldn't use training. And I wouldn't use the Daedra book, let's say, either.
Buy this, an Elder Council amulet. Oh yes, oh yes.
I did on this one, yep. Something Infinium or something it's called. But it's a Daedra quest. And I'll show you where you pick up the quest. But basically reading that book will give you 5 in any of the skills you want to do. Let's say if you pick, I think you can pick Magic, Warrior, or Stout, and it will give you, what is it again, guys? Is it 5 from each of those? Yeah. But I'll show you where it is, where you'll pick it up. Head down to... Well, if you go far enough in the main story, you'll pick it up. But you can pick up this quest before the main story. So, head here to Winterhold. Yeah? Yeah, I think it's 5 in all of the magic. Or if you pick Warrior, 5 in all of those. And blah, 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 you know, across. There's Winterhold. You see these little ones here? That one there. Septimus Cygnus Outpost. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think I've only used it once, about 10 years ago. Yeah, I just keep it for an ornament. Because once you use it, it disappears. So go here, and he'll give you a spammy quest. Now remember, this guy will send you to a pretty hard section in the game, you know? So, you know? So, do this quest, and then when you come back, he'll give you another stupid quest, and you've got to collect blood samples. So, you can take that out in your own time, you know, killing bandits, and eventually you'll get the opportunity. You'll have to have farmer blood as well, so you'll have to duck into one of the caves and grab some of that. And then when you've got all the blood samples, bring it back to him, then the quest is pretty quick. Then you side with the Daedra Lord, and then you get the book. And once you open it, let's say, you know, give it to them, whatever, finish the quest, and when you open the book after the quest, you can pick magic, warrior skills, or style, or thief, I think. Just like the standing stones. I think it's like 5. Oh yeah, it's massive grindy. And it sends you to some hard areas. You know, it'll send you to Blackreach. That is massively hard. Yeah. So by the time you probably will be able to do that quest, it wouldn't be much good. But it's pretty decent, you know. And that's one of the Daedra quests. We've done it already. Yeah. That's it, report back to Astrid. Nice. We've got rid of this junk. Let's go. Mega grindy. Yeah. And I can tell you that Black Reach is no it's no picnic on Legendary.
And what might you need? And what might you need?
Yeah, I am as well. No, I have, let's say, well able to deal with Black Reach by the time I go there. But I've absolutely maxed out my armor and the weapons as best I can, you know. But usually, you know, this is an unusual playthrough, buying no spell tomes. You know, usually I'd be level 252 now. So even at that, there's a, you know, if you're careless, there's a chance of getting killed there. Yeah. It's I can only ever remember playing that on Legendary. I know my first two or three playthroughs. I think the very first one I didn't even check the thing, was playing on normal. Then I think on my second one I was playing on Master or something. And then I think from then on out I played on Legendary. Yeah. So far. Yeah. So it's one of each. Yeah. So, you know, reading the same book again, even though you found it in a different place, wouldn't count. But remember to use them in time, you know. Yeah, yeah. But make sure, let's say, if you're level 90 and you've got 9 books, yeah, don't let it go any more than that. Yeah. Or even just a few levels back, you know. Let's say if it'll get you to 98, yeah, just take them, yeah. You'll find that very hard to do in Destruction. That is one grindy skill. But when you're doing it, have a lot of magicka, a lot of stuff, let's say, to make Destruction cheap. And Firebolt is pretty good. Yeah. But fire spells are usually the best, because they'll do a little bit of damage even after the fact. Yeah. Way more grindy. It's ridiculous. In my opinion, it's the grindiest skill in the entire game. Destruction is always the one I would level last. Now, having said that, there was a spell on the Anniversary Edition. As brutal as it was a little bit better, you know, than the stuff you could do on the kind of standard game. I would say probably 1/3 faster than usual. But the last 10 levels of Destruction are in Nightmare. Almost takes forever to do that.
Good, you're back. Well,
yes,
what did Mallory
and
have to
especially
say?
made for members of the Elder Council.
Elder Council?
Ooh.
Oh, now that explains quite a bit. Motier, you naughty,
Yes.
naughty boy.
You've got to damage opponents,
Help you rise beyond your station.
but the opponents have to be enemies.
Was Mallory
You can't do it on innocence. You know, they've got to show up red, and you know you've got to be in combat. So when you're in combat and you hit an enemy, it levels up. Correct. And it's based on the damage. The whole thing is it's kind of funny. You know, sometimes using a weaker spell and hitting them more times, you know, I prefer not to overdo it. You know, Fireball is just about the right level. You know, when you verse it to, when you kind of compare it to how many times you can hit them, the magic you have in that, yeah, Fireball. would be the way to go. Yeah, when you damage opponents, that's the way it works with every single skill. Except obviously sneak. You know, sneak, you can use it with friendlies, doesn't matter. Illusion, again with friendlies, doesn't matter. Alteration, doesn't matter. But damage and warrior skills, bows, blah blah blah, you know, swords and destruction has to be on enemies and you have to be on combat. Animals are actually, even the friendly ones will always show up red as enemies, so it doesn't really matter with those.
The elder... Was Mallory willing to buy the amulet?
He was. He's a letter of credit.
Then we're ready to begin. Or, more specifically, you're ready to begin. After all, you're the one the Night Mother spoke to. Now then, I hope you have something nice to wear, because you're going to a wedding. Well,
a wedding.
more like the...
Oh yeah, this is where we do the wedding assassination. We should be able to find our way out of this one.
Eat some cake, stab the bride. Oh yes, you've got to kill the bride.
Yeah, we can do the optional, make it look like an accident. If I can remember this quest again. Who's the target?
Her name is Vittoria Vici. She oversees the East Empire Company's business holdings in Solitude. The wedding is being held in that city.
Now, we've already done that Patima quest. We've wiped her out. So that opens up the dungeons in the temple. So we should be able to escape Solitude without getting caught. We just gotta ignore the instructions where they want us to go. Still works out. You know, why get caught if we don't have to? There, the silence has been broken.
This, because of the current political climate. In any event, when Vici dies, and Vici, so if the Emperor's hand will be forced.
I never used the poison either during the Emperor. I keep that.
The Emperor will be forced to come. This said, I had an uncle. I was recruited by the Dark Brotherhood and have been there ever since.
Let's see. Blade of War. Now guys, we've got to steal that. Yeah, okay.
I met my husband Arnbjorn.
We'll take that. We definitely need that. And then we'll sell it and launder it. Now, that's if it's not a quest item. Let me see. I want to make sure I can get this in and out of my inventory. We can kind of wait, but why bother? Let's make sure, guys. I usually get this a lot later. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, we might as well get it now. I'm gonna forget about it. Items, weapons. Yeah, it's stolen. Da-da-da. A very unique weapon. I'll launder that. So we can use it for display. I don't need anything more for that other place. Right. Oh yeah, we're killing what's her face, isn't it? Now, here we've got to be careful. And I think we've got that save we have. Silence is broken, yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, okay, we've got a safety save. Let's launder this this blade.
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything, or take a seat by the
Sneak, light armor, enchanting, illusion, alchemy, archery. Blah, blah, 50 destruction, yeah. Now remember when you're doing destruction, let's say check what fireball takes. It's probably would take 50 or something. So get your perks out of that. You know, let's say if it's adept, take the adept perk out. That will give you the spell half price on Magicka, so you'll be able to use more. Yeah. 50 or 55, yeah. It's going to be very grindy, Papa. Destruction. But it's possible. Yeah, just use it as much as you can. But that's pretty decent, yeah.
Welcome to the Winking Skeever. Let's sate that appetite, hmm?
See, that's stolen. Now we buy it back. Blade of all. I know it's costly, but there we go. And that is one laundered blade. Now, there is a few items in the game that are stolen that cannot be laundered. And one of them would be the golden claw. But they can be laundered. Now,
Remember the Winking Skeever?
it doesn't mean much. I just like doing it for ornaments and stuff. But, you know, if you're playing the game, let's say, and you get arrested and you get jailed or whatever the case may be, stolen stuff will be taken from you. So you've got the problem of going and stealing it back again. And, you know, it's kind of handy to have stuff that's not stolen in that sense. But I just wanted for the kind of legitimate houses and stuff, so I just launder it. Nice, nice. You usually pick them up as well. What's this again, guys? Oh, yeah, it's down here. What time is it? Oh, it's pretty late.
Papa says I won't see Rob here anymore.
There's a ton of quests here we need to do later. But is this ready? I think it's tomorrow, isn't it? No, she's there. Okay, guys. Let's go. Let's see if I can remember this quest. No. So, yeah, you see that thing? We can actually move that. Yeah, we can push that. So we got to make sure she's in place. We've got a good invisibility spell. Then we should be able to drop down there and go into the temple and escape. We should be okay. So we'll just hang around here. So we've got to wait till she comes up here. She's in position. We push that. And let me just save it here for a moment. We'll see which door we escaped through. I kind of forget that. Yeah, well, the amount of damage and how much it costs. Yeah. But I would be taking out the perks to make it a half price. And maybe using some of the jewelry or something to, you know. Yeah, it just means how many times you can spam it, really. Yeah. No, fireball, let's say there's 3 guys coming for you. You know, let's say aiming for a target's legs and closer to the ground, you get a kind of splatter effect. You know what I mean? So, you know, with a bunch of guys tightly packed together, spamming a few fireballs and there would do a lot of damage. You know, you'd hit one guy and then you get kind of collateral damage, you know. Now, you could go, if you want real collateral damage, you could go with chalk. But you'd want to be taking out, you know, a lot of perks on that before it would be, you know, really effective. But fire is the best way to go, yeah. Oh, any of them, yeah. I go with the cheapest one. I wouldn't be using him on a dragon. You want to be taking out a dragon as quickly as possible before he does too much damage. So, you know, I'd stick to my swords and stuff and get him out quickly. You don't want to be messing with a dragon. But let's say you don't want to be messing with a giant eater, to be honest. So I would only be using the destruction for normal enemies, bandits, stuff like that. You know. You know, when you see them in a large group and just hitting the center guy and you'll get a bit of splatter damage. Obviously it depends on the perks you have. But personally myself, those large guys that are a threat to NPCs, I take out as quickly as I can. Now let's see. I'll just save it here and let's see which of these doors I have to go through. So we're going to be pushing it here. And I think it's through there, guys, isn't it?
My nephew, the Emperor.
Yeah, that's the way out. Now, let's wait for this lady. Yeah, I don't like killing giants, to be honest. You know? But you can pick up quests from inns that say to kill them. I don't mind it too much because I have the resurrection spell. But at low levels, you know, you can kind of use giants to your advantage as well, you know. Oh yeah, they're too powerful. I could, let's say with this. You know, I can get them enough. I think that's it, guys. Now we've got to wait till she makes a speech, isn't it?
Honored guests.
There it is.
I just wanted to take this
Now.
to thank you all for being here. For sharing this wonderfully happy day with myself and my new
La 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 la.
Victoria, no!
There we go.
The bride has been murdered! Somebody help!
Nothing here after all.
Now this only works when you've done the quest here to open the dungeon up. But they want us to go another way, but we won't go that way. Just said escape solitude. We've already done the quest here, haven't we? Oh, sugar, out of the way. Yeah, it wants us to go another way. We won't be going that way. Okay, I think it's down this side. Come on, Croc. Where is it? Yeah, it's down here. Yeah, we can work our way through here, guys. I think I have the key. Yep, I have. That's it, plain sailing, guys. We literally got away with murder. Let's see. Let's see if we were spotted. No, perfect. We've got no current bounty. We've literally got away with murder. Still waiting. Oh, so they'll probably call out to you. Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't expect those guys till maybe 8:30, 9 a.m. You know. Just make sure and give them your number to wake you up and maybe, you know, get some rest. Got 400. And nice. Now this really never respawns, so we can just get out of here actually. Okay. Yeah, we won't have to fight any guys. So better than getting caught. again. That away. No, it just said escape solitude, didn't it? Oh no, just report back to Astrid. Yeah, if you follow the marker, you're just walking into a trap. And it doesn't bug out the game. Hasn't for me, anyway. So we're a self-respecting assassin. Oh, sugar, you're joking me. Okay. That's the downside. Right, we're pretty good. You haven't slept yet? It's in a lot of trouble. Yeah, if they can track him down, they probably can. You know, even if he was using a VPN. Then they'd have to kind of prove who was using the device. That would take time, Terry, I'd say. But what a stupid, silly thing to do, you know? Out from the fact it's petty and toxic. You know, you're putting someone at risk. Oh, the vampires are back. Okay, that's a new one. And yeah, it carries some serious consequences. I don't think he was a very intelligent person. You know, to be honest, he was a bit of an idiot, you know. Oh yeah, they'll find it anyway, Terry. But a lot of people, let's say, that want to mess about on the internet wouldn't necessarily give their details, but I'm sure they could trace the IP. The IP would, you know, the internet IP would have to have an address. So then they've got an address from where it was used. And then they'd have to determine who was using you know, the device at that time. Even if it was, you know, owned or registered to someone, they could always say, you know, somebody must have used it without their... Yeah, it's going to be a hard thing to do, to be honest. Yeah, I can't see him getting out of it, to be honest. Yeah. But yeah, I think... I do know in... I think it's in South Korea that can face a prison sentence up to 2 years for extreme circumstances. I don't know how it's going to go in the UK. I know that the laws were changed lately. But before something like that would be... You'd usually invite some prison time. You know, you get a kind of probationary thing, depending on your record, you know. I wouldn't have a clue how it would work now, to be honest. But it is a petty and irresponsible thing to do. Yeah, it looks like an entrance, doesn't it, guys? But it actually is. How do we open this one? Oh, sugar. Would you believe I missed this last time? Or at least I think I did. Maybe I didn't. It's not like me to miss this, but... Yeah, I probably missed it last time. I said there was only some junk inside. Okay, we'll collect it now. Why not? Stupid gems are everywhere. There. We've definitely finished this dungeon now. actually forgot about that one. Oh, we were in a bit of a rush here before, weren't we? Oh, it's not a biggie, you know. Oh, sugar. We're a little quick on that one. Oh, this is tedious. Come on. There. Now, we are ready to go. Now let me check my message board. 10 of my friends have evidence. Well, TikTok would have, you know, would have all of your information on that. Yeah, especially TikTok. Every single word that was texted. Yeah, and it will probably be kept forever. I don't know what kind of system TikTok would have with the UK authorities for information sharing. We know these companies are very protective of something like that. But you have the evidence anyway, yeah. The stress, yeah. So you went to the police, yeah. Sounds about right. Facebook is not much better. But the more you put yourself out, let's say, on the internet, the more chance there is of finding people like that. Oh, there's tons of them out there. Oh, sugar, this thing is... Oh, you're kidding me. These containers are filled up again. That's unusual. Oh, that's been a long time, I suppose, since we've been here. Oh, ho, ho. You gotta love the strange bugs in this game. Yeah, we're out of here. Yeah, of course it's empty. Right. Now we get back to Astrid. We've finished that, so now we have that pretty interesting quest. Isn't there a unique weapon, guys, on the ship? On the bow of the ship? Where the Emperor is, I think. Or am I thinking about something else? Windshare or something. Yeah, maybe I'm thinking about a different game. We'll see anyway. There we go. Okay. Junk. But we will take it. There. Now. Now let's do a little save. Oh, not that one. That one. Right, we've got a lot of junk, but we'll go back to Astrid. So, let's see. We've still got an hour and a half, guys. We could do a lot in an hour and a half. Yeah, we have a good chance of finishing this quest line. You know, even though we're being pretty thorough about it. Okay. This is the part where she tells us about that horse. Probably. Yeah, let's see if we still got that blade of wool. Yep. We gotta drop that off shortly.
The news is everywhere. Vittoria Vici, the
Evil.
Emperor's cousin, butchered at her own wedding.
Here, let me just get something quickly to drink before we carry on. And then we'll get to the good part. Then we'll have to move to... Yeah, there's a few cleanup quests. We'll have to move to Dawnstar. Then we buy some stuff. And then we'll take Cicero. And we'll drop him at Silver Peak. And then we're good. Now...
Done. Let's... With Vici's murder, you've started us down a path the Dark Brotherhood hasn't traveled in centuries. The assassination of
Yeah, probably better tell him a little later. Yeah.
A unique spell to summon
Maybe later
legends of
today.
the Dark
Yeah.
Brotherhood. His soul serves us now in death, as his body once did in life. Ah, and of course, a bonus for killing Vici while she addressed her guests as instructed. Gold. Simple and pure. Spend it as you will. Now then, time to proceed to the next stage of the plan. Go and speak with Gabriella. She's been helping me arrange your next contract.
Oh yeah, we might have to do some contracts, won't we? Oh, Summers. Okay. Is that a book or... I think it's just a spell. It is, yeah. Should be in Conjuration, is it? No. Okay, it's in Powers then, is it? Yeah, there it is. Oh, blah blah blah, so it goes. Oh, Lucian. Interesting. Okay. That's done. Let's check that one. Quests. Perfect. Perfect. Got the contract, which is something to do with the Emperor's security. Oh yeah, we don't do the Tamar Embassy until we haven't done the blades. Yeah, okay. That's something that's a little later, isn't it? Yeah. Now, let's talk to Gabriella.
You're referring to that blacksmith contract.
It's the part with the severed head I find most impressive. My contract.
Dear brother, I've been waiting for you. Your next contract.
She did. What are the details?
His arrival in Skyrim now a certainty. His security service, the
It is a possibility, Terry. Yeah. If they deem that...
Astrid and I have devised a plan to break the man, and in doing
how
so,
could I put this?
Emperor's protection. You are to slay the commander's
That
son,
you're not
Gaius
safe,
tomorrow,
you know, and you're not taking the right precautions.
evidence on his body, implicating him in a
It
plot
is a
to kill him.
possibility. Yeah. Now that you mention it. Hi, Fat Cat, and how are you?
He is set to leave the Penitus Oculatus outpost at Dragon.
Oh, I
Ridge and
remember
inspect
this
the security of each
stupid
city of
quest.
Skyrim. Go there now. Observe
Yeah,
Gaius Morris
we've got to
Tower
kill him in a certain way. I usually get him in
waylay
Windhelm, I
him in
think.
one of the cities and send his soul to Sippus.
Yeah, he's got to die in one of the
Once
cities.
he's dead, plant the incriminating letter on his body and let fate take care of the rest. Oh, and
It is a possibility. Yeah. It is a possibility. But I've said before that, you know, hanging out on these platforms and associating with people can sometimes be troublesome, you know?
to earn your bonus, do not kill Gaius Morrow in Dragonbridge or on the road. Kill him in one of the other major cities.
But I doubt it, but yeah, there is a possibility.
As will the letter implicating Gaius Morrow.
I don't think that their authority in the UK could, you know, go that far.
It is a special token.
That would be a little bit too tyrannical. But as I said, the laws have changed a lot since I lived in the UK, so I'm not sure how far they've gone, you know.
It's a small town with one rather unique feature. It houses Skyrim's only Penitus Oculatus outpost. It was established
Probably,
by
yeah.
Commander Morrow when he first arrived
Oh,
in
hopefully
Skyrim
that doesn't happen,
2
Jerry.
months ago, when he began preparing for the Emperor's initial visit. No, so your best plan is to follow him after he leaves Dragonbridge.
Yeah, we can take the schedule anyway, I think, from the barracks.
We know there's an actual written travel schedule somewhere in the Penitus Oculatus outpost.
So,
Securing
it's
that
better to listen to all of the dialogue, or just spam through it.
Killing command implicate best yet the Emperor without the though I admit I find what a curious question. In fact, I'm a woman of refined yet
Yeah.
simple tastes.
Now, this is the next leg. Yeah, it does drag on. Doubtful we'll finish all the quests on this one, but we'll do most of it. We'll see how it goes. Right. Let's go. We're well on our way. Yeah, we'll steal that. That's easy. The problem with this guy is arriving, fast traveling in a place where we can get him in time. It's usually Windham, I think. I usually kill him around the dungeon area. How do we get out of here? This way. Come on. Now we've got some junk to sell as well. We can do that a little later. All of this is in Dragonbridge. I suppose we can take this opportunity to sell some junk. We'll talk to you in a moment.
Father, you worry too much. I'll be
Oh, this is interesting.
I know you will. But all
Now that's the guy we've got to kill.
I said, stay alert. And when you get to the cities, make your
Hang on.
and move on. I understand. But you're being paranoid.
Following him, it's boring. Kidding me.
Trust me, we have nothing to say to one another.
Okay.
Trust me, we have nothing to say to one
Okay, let's see, is he still out there? I might try it this way. We can't kill him outside. We need that. Kill him in a city. There he is. Okay, for the fun, this time I might just follow him. Now let's see, where are we here with this? But usually I would wait for him. Yeah, I must not kill him in Dragonbridge or on the road, but in one of the cities he visits. Yeah, okay. It's been a long time since I did this, but I obviously avoided it for some reason. It's probably too boring. So let's see. But I think his first stop is Windham, I'm not sure. If it is, we'll wait for him. Pity we can't kill him here. Let's see if he got anything interesting. Well, we'll get that obviously when we go. I think I've already got a full set of that. Yeah. Yeah, get some sleep. You should have probably getting some sleep beforehand. And telling them to ring your phone. You know. But I wouldn't be expecting those guys too soon. The earliest probably 9 AM and it could be around lunchtime before they get around to you. So it's what, 6 AM now? You're probably better off trying to get some sleep. Maybe calling them and telling them that you're going to be asleep and, you know, or set your alarm. Or try and get an estimated time that they arrive and set your alarm beforehand. Just explain to them that you'll probably fall asleep. Probably, yeah, but if you set your alarm, you should be okay. Now you see why I don't do it this way. But it's been a while. Yeah, we'll go for it. Not sure if he's... let's see the schedule. Blah, blah, blah. Solitude. Solitude Castle. No, no, it's just Windham, guys. And Solitude. Oh, Solitude is down here, so he's there Monday. Monday evening. What day is it today? No, he's going to Windham, alright. Right, I'll save again, and we'll meet him there in Windham. Or at least we'll see where he's going. That's a long trek, isn't it? Oh, I doubt it. It's not your fault, you know. I doubt it very much. Oh, where is this guy? Did he eventually go to Solitude? Oh, come on. Well, either way, we're gonna wait in Windham. I always kill him in Windham. I don't know where that idiot is. It doesn't really make much of a difference, does it? Okay, we can use this time to sell our junk, I suppose. Well, there's a lot of systems in place in the UK, Terry, you know. You'll always have a roof over your head. You should be okay. I remember it had a pretty decent system. But as I said before, you know, if you expose yourself too much on the internet, let's say, you know what I mean? With kind of people, let's say, that give off red flags, you know? Sometimes it has a lot of unintended consequences, you know, far beyond the toxic part of it, you know? It's always better to be very selective, you know, with who you hang out with, you know? But I remember you invited me to a server one time with your friends, and there was one guy, and to call him toxic would be an understatement. I have never, well, I won't say met, I haven't met him, but I've never been in the presence of such toxicity from a person. He was beyond belief. He was speaking like, oh, what do they call them in the UK? A nonce. He was an absolute nonce. He was a disgusting human being. You know, you probably went with your friends, but, you know, getting out of situations like that as quickly as possible. He was rude, he was racist, He was obnoxious. And he spoke like a predator. He was a horrible, horrible person. Yeah, he was... Oh my God. You know, but if your friends take you to chat sites and people's, you know, websites like that, you know, maybe you shouldn't be, you know, going over to those. Whenever you hear anything like that, get out quickly, you know? Yeah. Really. Yeah, you'll meet them. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. But protecting yourself is pretty important too. Because if you just go with the flow, especially with stuff like that, you are going to be forever in situations like that, you know. And when it comes to the internet, and don't take this the wrong way, you are pretty naive about what's out there waiting for you, you know. But I did warn you about situations like that, you know. Well, on the face of it, it's not too bad, you know. 19, 25, it's not too bad. You know, if he was 25 and she was 17, yeah, that would be a kind of an issue. Well, really, red flags. 16 is absolute red flag, yeah. Yeah, but she's over 18. And as far as I know, the law in the UK, you're an adult at 18. So it wouldn't really matter that much. It might be, depending on your view, it might be, you know, immoral and predatory behavior, but all the same legal, you know. Like, take for instance, well, let's take Leonardo DiCaprio. Like, he's a guy of, what, mid-40s? You know, he dates 19-year-olds, you know. Not right, but legal, you know. Oh yeah, me too. But I think the age difference between 25 and 19 it's fairly acceptable, you know. Now, 32 maybe, but it's a matter of opinion. And 19 is very, very off. You know, 5 to 6 years. It's not bad, to be honest. There was a time, let's say, when it was quite popular that men in their 40s would marry females, especially in Victorian times, you know, in their mid-20s. Again, I wouldn't agree with that, but that was the kind of culture and thing at the time, you know. But 5 to 6 years is okay, as long as that person is 18 or over, you know. Again, it wouldn't be me, it wouldn't be my decision. I'd want someone closer to my age. Then if, let's say, I was in my mid-30s, you know, maybe someone in their late 20s would be kind of acceptable. And that kind of stuff, you know. But everyone has their kind of view on that. But yeah, it's off. Yeah, absolutely. It's off. You know. Personally myself, let's say, if I was single. So I'm well into my 50s. So, probably for me, I might consider someone in their late 30s. Might. Barely might. But ideally, let's say someone in their mid-40s to my age. Yeah, it wouldn't bother me that much, you know. But then again, you know, I'm not in that position, so I don't really know. Divide by half and plus 7. Nice. Yeah. No, I wouldn't say he's going to hate you. Speaking as a dad myself, but he probably will be a bit disappointed in you, Terry. I'm sure he's told you about the risks, and if you hang out in places too long, you know, it's very easy to get sucked into a conversation or a website with some toxic people following your friends. But as soon as the kind of conversation goes sideways, it's time to leave, you know. So he might be a bit disappointed, you know. But I wouldn't say be angry, you know. Yeah, it's on the edge. It is. But I can understand it, you know. You'll probably get, yeah, it's iffy. But it's legal and it's understandable. Now, 29 and 19, ooh, no, no. You know? Yeah. But then again, it's still legal. It's just a matter of, you know, opinion, really. Now let's get on with this. Oh yeah, we've got to sell this junk, and then this is tedious because we've got to wait for this guy and get the right moment to backstab him. But it should go easily enough. Now let's get rid of this junk. Oh, I see. Oh wait, in the inn. But me, oh, let me see. What was the biggest age difference? Not much actually. A year or two. Yeah. I remember at 19, I was dating a lady. She was about 22, 23. I remember in my early 20s, I think dating a girl that was 20, but that's as far as it went. You know, just a few years here or there. Which I suppose is normal, isn't it? I doubt you'll become homeless, Terry. Because of something like this? Nah.
A few septims for my supper is all I ask. Come on in. Let me know if you need anything, or take a seat by the fire and I'll send some.
When faced with a situation of what ifs and maybes, it's always better to, let's say, expect the low end of this. You know what I mean? Expecting the worst case scenario from something would just cause you unnecessary stress. And the odds are it will be, at worst, somewhere in between. You know? But expecting the worst from something, you know, it's not the best, you know, for you. To worry about something that's, you know, to a certain extent out of your control.
Got some fresh. Let's sate that appetite,
No. Forgot to get rid of that. Oh, we'll be using that, won't we? Oh, we've got a ton of this junk. Oh, we've got a ton of gems. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Right. Let's wait for this guy. Well, we can sell the rest of the stuff, but he should be here in a day or two. Oh, I'm sure your dad is you know, is pretty good. It's just, let's say, you know, sometimes parents and their children don't exactly see eye to eye. And
it's honest work if a bit dull.
you know, for the vast majority of the time, you know, a parent or parents would be doing, let us say, whether it's right or wrong, what they think is in your best interest. Very rarely will a kid accept this. You know what I mean? When it happens when someone is pretty young, you know, they're angry if you put in rules or restrictions for their own safety. And then eventually when they get older and have their own families, they understand the situation. You know, I'm sure your dad wants what's best for you, you know. And I'm sure he cares about you a lot, you know. What could I say about that? Think of it from his point of view, Terry. It's always best to not think about it just from your point of view alone, if you think he's restricting you or whatever. But if you keep getting into situations that are very, very avoidable, despite being advised, let's say a number of times, and, you know, let's say getting yourself into positions where, you know, you put yourself at risk. I'm sure whatever he's doing out of caring for you, you know, out of trying to keep you safe, you know. But, you know, you being an adult and that he will judge you, I think, you know, by your decisions, you know. He was diagnosed. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, closer than ever. Strange. It is how life goes. Being a parent can be, for the most part, you know, pretty unappreciated by your kids, and that's normal. You know, I'm not saying that's bad. You know, it's just as a kid, you have a different mindset on things. You know, and when you get older, and you understand the sacrifices and the worry, let's say, that your parents would have to, you know, get the best for you. Yeah, it starts to sink in, you know. The problem with being a parent, and especially with being a dad, is all dads would love to be their kids' best friends. Yeah, that would be wonderful. The problem is, you can't be a dad and you can't be a friend. You know, you've got to protect your family. You've got to try and steer them in the right direction, even if it feels like, you know, they're being pushed. I don't mean in a toxic way, you know, and I mean sensible stuff like, you know, stay in school, get your head down, get your qualifications, you know, try and get a decent job. Your friends that you've been hanging out with, you know, they're up to shady things and they're getting in trouble with the law. Maybe you would be better off, you know, not hanging around with those. You know, legitimate stuff, you know, which never goes down too well with some kids, you know. But kids will be kids, and it's pretty normal. But as a parent, you'll want the best for your child, you know. And yeah, it probably won't be appreciated, but as I said, it's, you know, it's pretty normal. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. But, you know, we were all teens before, and we had a certain mindset, and we couldn't see that. Yeah. I disagree with the school part, yeah. I'm not a dad, so it's hard to say, but I probably wouldn't send him. Well, with the way society is today, let's say a decent education would help your prospects. Now, out from that, let's say, you know, no school. No school means more time. More time to hang out with more friends and more opportunities to get in trouble. So, a way Dad would look at that is it's a kind of win-win situation where, you know, if you're at a certain age and let's say, you know, what would be the other options? You'd have too much free time, you know. But you would always consider your kids, and try and improve the odds, if you know what I mean. You would try and go with a system that, you know, would kind of work out. You know, you'd be cutting down the odds of getting into trouble, or, you know, probably getting into a relationship too young with too much free time, when you should be working on yourself. And especially when you're a kid, your mind is a sponge. You know, this is the time when you learn who you really are, you know. Yeah, absolutely. It depends. You know, if you had a bad time. Yeah, of course. I understand. There's bullying and then there's toxic behaviour and that. Now that's a different circumstance. If my kid was suffering that, yeah, we'd have a discussion. We'd try maybe a different school, you know, or maybe if he wanted to do some different kind of education, yeah, that would be negotiable. But under normal circumstances, I'm saying if a kid didn't have problems with school and that, yeah. So obviously there'd be, you know, different circumstances. Well, not so much here, Papa. But apparently some schools are kind of, you know, preaching. But in my day, a school was a benefit, you know. It can be, yeah. It can be. Yes, that is a problem. I absolutely agree with that. But as I said, in my day, it wasn't a problem. And I don't know what the school system is like now. But even modern day school systems here, well, 10 years ago were okay. But, you know, it all changes so quickly, guys. But if I had a kid going to school today, I would be, yeah, really looking into it. Yeah, if everything is smooth. But I was talking about in ideal circumstances. Maybe you should have mentioned it, you know. I'm sure your parents would have looked into it. Yeah. Yeah, I know the system, of course. Yeah, especially as a guy, you're not going to say that. Yeah. Yeah. This is common, Terry. I haven't met anyone yet that wasn't bullied in school. It's a horrible situation. But at the same time, and I'm not condoning it, but at the same time it makes us who we are, you know. Some people would say if you can't hack the bullying that goes on, you know, it depends on what way you look at it, that when you go out into the world, you know, it's going to happen anyway. And it's much worse. To a certain extent it is. I tend to think that, you know, it shouldn't go on, obviously. I think teachers and the education system don't do enough to punish bullies, you know, to protect, you know. But that's something that's not going to change. But at the same time, we can't isolate ourselves from reality, you know. There's a lot of toxic behavior everywhere, and we need to deal with it. You know, we need to learn how to avoid it and to recognize it. But if it's a problem in school and it's too much for kids, yeah, there should be something done. Absolutely. Very unhappy. Well, I personally, let's say, don't think so. It will obviously affect your prospects, and it is kind of viewed in that. But you know, my mindset now is a lot different than when I was 16 or 17. I don't know if I would have the kind of knowing or knowledge, let's say, to approach my parents and say, you know, how unhappy I was about something, and maybe a different school, or such random events that can happen. But even if you left school early, you can still, when you're in a better place, pick up your education again. I've known lots of people who did that, But I would never call it a failure. A failure is only when you give up, Papa, And we don't ever really give up. Sometimes we just need a break. No one is a failure, Terry. We all have a future. Oh, I see. Still finding the idea. No. We can always improve ourselves. And we can always get to where we're going. You can pick up your education again at any time. And to be honest, education is not all that it seems to be. I've known people with, pretty high education. It hasn't made them a better person in the least. I've seen people with, limited education who are better in every way. I've seen kids with the wisdom of elders and elders with the wisdom of kids. Education is a poor substitute for intelligence. If you're relying on that. But it does open doors, In a modern world, we need to do as much as we can when it comes to education. Not only is it expected of us, but, it is a requirement, and it creates a lot more opportunities. But it's not everything, Not finishing your education, it's not everything. It's just with that education, it's easier, Absolutely, yeah. Where's this lady? There she is. Now let's give you the rest of
So
that
you've
junk.
come to I've got coin, and I've got much.
No.
Let's see what we can do.
Yeah, she's got a lot of money. I'll tell you what, we'll need it. Oh my, she's got a lot of money.
Hurry back and bring
Anything you
more
like,
merchandise.
just let me know.
I made my
Now here's a
fortune
minute.
as a
Take a look.
but now I'm retired.
See the problem with this stupid Prowler's Profit thing? Just get too many things to sell.
Good day
That's
to
not
you.
necessary. I'll pay the same price as anyone else.
You need anything? Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
There we go, guys. We got rid of all our junk. Now we just gotta wait for this guy to arrive, and we'll kill him here in Windham. Yeah. Now Twitch has gone mental, so I'll allow that message. I had this bar hanging on my wall that says, "You only fail when you stop trying." Yeah, I 100% agree. You're never a failure till you give up. And sometimes you never really give up. You just need a little break from stuff. Obviously it's better to finish when you can, but it's no way game over. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, Pyro. And how have you been? Now, let's save again, guys. And we'll wait for this guy to arrive. And then unlife him. Excuse me. I hope I'm not catching cold again. It'll take him a few days to get here. But we need to kill him in either Windhelm or Solitude. And we picked a bad day, so Windhelm, I'd say. Blah 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 blah. Solitude, Windhelm. Yeah, I usually get him here in Windhelm. Oh, well, thank you, Papa. Yeah? No, I think I'm catching a cold again, which is horrible. I'm still not fully over the last flu I had, and I really don't need to get that again. And all, I would say so, yeah. That would be pretty boring and time consuming. This guy's gonna take some time to get here, isn't he? Yeah, he's gonna take another day. Yeah. Okay. Probably, yeah. Probably, Papa. Yeah, yeah. Kids can be a little petri dishes. Oh, absolutely. I remember when my kids were going to school. Oh my God. Yeah. I had every cold and flu. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear about your loss, Pyro. My condolences. Absolutely, yeah, yeah. It's always a hard time when, you know, a parent passes away or any member of your family. My condolences. Kind of, Papa, yeah. No, he's not going to hate you, Terry. Yeah. No, I don't think he's at risk. I think you just met an idiot on the internet. In my opinion, he's not a physical risk. I'm not saying he's not, obviously, but, you know, 999 out of 100,000, yeah. No, the chances of him being a risk is slim. He's just a vindictive idiot, yeah. You know, I'm sure your dad will understand. He might not be too pleased about the attention and the risk, but I'm sure he'll understand. Oh, I see. Yeah. My mother can have a life of her own now, and I've got to take care for her. Nice. Nice, absolutely, yeah. Oh, hi Storm, and thanks for the raid. Appreciate it, and welcome raiders. And how have you been, Storm? Hi Senpai. And how are you keeping? Yeah, it's sad when you've lost a parent, Harry. Especially around the holidays. We're waiting on this guy from the Brotherhood. We've got to do an assassination here. And it's Gallus Merrill. Yeah, I always kill him in Wendhelm. Hi, Senpai. So, what were you streaming, Storm? I always seem to pick this on the wrong day. I can never get him in Solitude. He'll get here eventually. He's got a long walk from Dragonbridge. Nice, nice. And thanks for the raid, Storm. Appreciate it. So, how have you been doing? How's your weekend? Anything interesting? Oh, nice. Oh, a platformer. Kind of old school. Nice. 4 years. Yeah, still pretty fresh. Yeah. Okay, he's supposed to come on Tuesday, but probably 2 days. I don't want to overdo it. I've always hated this, waiting for this guy to come. But I usually kill him in the dungeons. But we managed to avoid getting caught in Solitude on that wedding assassination. We did Patima quest beforehand, so it cleared the dungeons and the temple. We got away quite easily. Oh, nice. Oh, cool. Nice. Oh, that's nice. So you get to spend some time over a long weekend together. Nice. Oh, I hate waiting for this guy. Oh, he's still out there, isn't he? I can't even see him. He must be pretty close by now, is he? Oh, there he is. Where is he? Is it just me, guys, or is it annoying trying to find... Oh, there. He's up there. There he is. Oh, my. Okay. He'll eventually get here. I always wind up killing this guy in Windhelm. Maybe I should have timed it a bit better. Oh yeah, I should be here now tomorrow. This should do it, guys. Now, isn't there something about... Or am I thinking about Oblivion, about planting an oak? I'm probably thinking of Oblivion. Now, this is the day he arrives. There we go. Oh, you're so dead. There he is. I wonder... Well, it's... Yeah, we'll kill him inside. I think. I don't think we get away with it here. No. Yeah, there's no way we're gonna get away with it. I never know. It would be a bit cheeky, wouldn't it? Plant, yeah, the incriminating letter. Where are you? Incriminating letter. And we'll give you back your torch as well. Let me see, did we get, uh-oh. I think we got a bounty for this one, guys. Doesn't matter, we have a reload. Oh yeah, we got a massive bounty. No. No. We didn't get a bounty. We haven't a current bounty. But some guys are really ticked off. That's it. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay. We'll get out of here, we'll sell this junk. And we'll cash that quest in. Oh yeah, yeah. Pausing on the map character screen or your quest screen. Or is it too much of a habit to just pause? Well, I tend to prioritize chat, you know, and just pausing it and chatting, you know. It's probably not a popular thing. Yeah, sure, I could do that. But the noise kind of distracts me sometimes. Oh, no problem, yeah. Yeah. Well, just here, well, basically when you pause, it can be something like that. Yeah, it's more of a habit, probably. It's just I like to kind of prioritize not missing messages and, you know, responding. Okay. Now, I think I will go to one of these camps to sell our junk. Here, probably. Yes, that's one thing, you know. And then it's more of a habit more than anything else. You know, once the dragons get released, you know, you want to be in and out before an attack, so it's probably more of a habit. Usually when my attention is somewhere else, I would pause. Yeah. Oh, well, thank you, Papa. I did. Oh, I loved Oblivion. I have a lot of time on Oblivion. Yeah. It was my very first Elder Scrolls game. I've only played it 2. I didn't do the old school stuff. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Oblivion. A lot of time on that game. And then when this game came out, I think it was around my birthday, about 3-4 weeks after its release, my wife, I think, yeah, it was my wife, bought this for me. Yeah, he was pretty cool. He was annoying. But I'll tell you what I used to do with him. You know how, let's say, in your houses, the lighting was ridiculous. I would give him a torch, and I would get him to stay in one of the houses. I used him as a lamp. You know that the most expensive house, beside the Mages Guild. Yeah, I forget the name of the town. But I literally used him as a torch. But he was absolutely annoying. They had him in Starfield as well. I thought he was quite funny. Yeah. But yeah, he was definitely funny.
Take a look.
Oh, the Blade of War. We need to. Well, I wanted him. Yeah, we're pretty good. I can always make one. We'll just sell it. Now, I've got a full set of this, guys. There's no need to get another set. That's it. Now, the amulet, I need to get rid of that. I think I'm working on one more here. Where is it? There. Yeah, we just get this one. Yeah, he did a good few voices. Yeah. BGS. Uh, Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I think there was less than a dozen people that did the voices in Skyrim as well. Yeah, but games companies tend to, there seems to be a small pool of voice actors they use. And Nine Assaults, what does that mean? Well, basically, 9 times you went into a house, broke in, and you were trespassing, and 9 assaults would be 9 times you hit someone without killing them. Someone, let's say an innocent, can happen a lot. Accidentally clipping someone with a sword, but it can be pretty buggy sometimes. It can come up as an assault killing a bandit. So yeah, I wouldn't pass much heat on that, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. But this game would be almost, it's literally impossible to keep an entirely clean record. And it's the same for, let's say, murder. Because you'll get framed on a quest and it's impossible. I tried it before to finish the quest line with no bounties. The game won't allow that. There's one quest in particular, I won't say what it is, I don't do any spoilers, but you get framed for murder and it always stays up as a bounty. Even when it's in your stats. So you'll never do a clean playthrough like that. Yeah. No, it's not a big thing, Papa. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, that was big. In Oblivion, yeah, getting ratted out by your horse. Yeah, rat horses. Yeah, I remember in Oblivion killing and murdering and doing that. One guy in the middle of nowhere and still managed to get a bounty. For some reason. Even when, you run proper sneak. Pretty buggy. Yep. Ta-da, we're done. And we've only got one more amulet on the other one and then we're finished. Perfect. Now let's take that out. That's the end of this hardfire home. That was literally the last thing to do. See, I can't buy things on this playthrough, so we've been picking them up as we go along. Who's Gregor? Who is Gregor? Who's that guy? Yeah, who is that guy? Oh, it's the guy on the stupid guy on the cart. I've never seen him out and about before. Yeah, it's the guy on the cart. There we go. Yeah, it's the cart guy. Yeah, we're going nowhere. Yeah, it's the cart guy. Oh! I've been looking for these guys for so long. I remember someone saw me go, oh, werewolf in Whiterun. And I was like, no witnesses, so I killed him. A guard saw me, so I killed him. Soon the whole city was basically after me and I couldn't run off and hide because as a werewolf you remain. Yeah, for a while. Especially after you've eaten, yeah. Now this is ridiculous, guys. Look at this contract. Now, you remember the thing in this game where after you pickpocket your first item, you'll get a contract on your life. It's usually by the first one you stole from. So with me, it would have been someone from Riverwood. So let's see the contract books. Oh, my goodness. There's 3 contracts. Oh, that's the commander. Oh, okay. That's the commander. That's weird. No, wrong. I thought it was the other guys. But 3 of them at once, guys. That's yeah, that's a bug. They're supposed to hunt me down one at a time. Doesn't matter. I got 3 of them out. Now, okay. No, I thought it was the first contract. Well, we weren't powerful enough to kill those guys. We eventually lost them and never seen them again. I thought it was that. I forgot we got a contract for that one. Now, okay, right. I guess I can't buy a store out of this junk. Oh. Oh, that's stupid. Okay, apparently, yeah, okay. Oh, kiddo.
You're home.
Just ask me for money. Oh. I've got money, kid, but that's it. Just the money. Now, we gotta get rid of this junk we picked up, obviously. Yeah. Might be able to get rid of it in Riverwood. Well, some of that stuff was kind of expensive. But we'll see.
May the god looking to protect yourself or deal some damage.
Yeah, we should be able to get rid of this. Oh, yeah, it's not that expensive. All the Blade of War we need to store that away safely. Yeah, we're good. It's not too bad. Right, let's store away this junk, guys. It was kind of cheap stuff. It's not too bad. I'll do the decoration later. I just gather up a massive ton of original weapons and stuff. One-off stuff. You know, like this.
We drink to our youth, today's come and gone. For the age of
Right.
aggression is
And let's store this little piece. Yeah, there's still a lot of quests we haven't done, guys. Well, we'll get to it eventually.
We'll drive out the storm cloaks and restore what we own.
Oh, that was cruel. I even kept that letter.
Blood and our steel, we will take back our home.
Right, we are ready to go. That's it. Oh, hi, Cat. And how have you been? Well, I hope. Yeah, we should be ready, guys, now to assassinate that Emperor. It's been a while, but isn't there a unique weapon on that ship? On the bow? Or am I thinking about some other game? Wind shear or something like that? Yeah, I think there might be. I was getting scammed, so I had to block the person who called. Oh, that's a common one. Yeah, we've had them here from time to time, Cat. Oh, you shouldn't have given her any work. Yeah. Yeah, and it's not even that. The way that scam works, and that's been pretty popular for quite some time. Either one, they'll get money from you and they'll give you zero. But what's most common is they'll do the minimum amount of work, and the art they'll give you will be stolen. They'll just download it from someone's website, and if you use it, you could be liable for it. You know, these are burner accounts that they can get rid of straight away. You know? Yeah, they'll use artwork that's been copied from someone else. And then if you use that, you know, you could be in trouble. No, don't ever, ever entertain. Yeah, we've had them here. And I'd say, yeah, oh, that's cool, you know, and stuff. I give them the benefit of the doubt, and I'd say, do you want? I say no, I don't want it at the moment, but in the future, obviously, if I need something, I'll contact you. You're better off doing your own artwork. There's lots of websites that would have free content. You could go from that, make sure it's free. Obviously, do your own stuff. Get a friend to do it, or get someone, let's say, that's pretty transparent, But what's been fueling that is there's a couple of companies doing emojis and stuff, and they're ridiculously overpriced. They're scamming themselves, Oh, absolutely, you should report that. Yeah. But you should never tolerate someone trying to sell products on your channel or on your Discord. Because it never ends well. 99.9% of the time it's some kind of angle or scam. And, we had it a lot. Yeah, I banned a good few people from Discord and from Twitch because of that. They would get into your Discord account, they would join, and then they would DM all of the members in there, soliciting work, It got to the stage where I put it in my rules, Of course, yeah. And it might not have been a she, You obviously didn't see this person, so it could have been anyone. Could have been a she, could have been a he. But it's just everyone would go with she because, it kind of seems more trustworthy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. There's a good chance that's been done from a different country where, that would be kind of pretty common, Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But, you learn the hard way, but you've learned, Um, if they contact you, just tell them you're not interested and then block them, And that's it. Yeah. Unsolicited work like that is always a red flag. No problem, Shrugsy. And thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take care and stay safe. Bye. Yeah, I'm familiar with it because it was tried many times here. Well, not many, but a good few times. There's a ton of other different scams as well. There's one in particular that's kind of strange. But someone would join your Discord, and then they would contact every one of your members on Discord, and they'd start with a question, is this your account? With a picture of your account. And then you'd say, well, yeah. Oh, well, somebody scammed me on this account, I don't know what their angle is in that for you to actually pay them money and feel sorry for them. Or to kind of inadvertently give them some details so they can hack into your account and, do some damage and maybe steal something, But you can check out their Discord, and usually it's a Discord that's not that, it's not that old. There's another system they have. They would literally get on your Twitch stream and they would follow, right? And they would kind of bide their time for maybe an hour or so, and then they would strike up a conversation, and then they would say that they're an artist. That can be a red flag. Doesn't necessarily mean they're a scammer, but usually it's a red flag. And then they would leave you for a few weeks. They would maybe come on again for a few minutes to kind of build up a bit of trust, and then they would DM you, and they would kind of, mention that they do emojis and stuff. And then if you said you were interested, eventually in the conversation they would mention price, thinking you're too far down along the conversation to, you feel like maybe you're wasting the time and you might feel obligated to go ahead and buy something from them, which is pure manipulation. But basically, if someone contacts you just to try and sell you something, that's an absolute no-no. That's a no-no. Yeah. Yeah. And once you entertain them, there must be a whole ton of them where they would share information. So, yeah, I'd be kind of careful. Buy nothing from no one that you don't know on the internet. Always assume everything is a scam. You don't have to accuse them of it, because there is always this possibility they might be legit. But the risk-to-benefit ratio, it's totally not worth it, But there's tons of other scams as well we obviously don't know anything about.
No sign of it.
Yeah, but the last thing you want to do is put a bullseye on yourself when it comes to social media. I know it's sad when you can't trust anyone, but if you look at it from the point of view of being contacted by a stranger, soliciting work, and the vast majority of the time, that doesn't turn out very well. Even sometimes when you contact someone who's legitimate, even sometimes that doesn't turn out well. But there's certain websites, if you're interested in doing your own emojis, it might be a little complicated. I never tried, but there's certain websites that will give you free tools for doing it. And that, if you're anyway savvy with anything like that.
I've been anxiously awaiting your return.
He's dead.
Yes, I know. As does Astrid. You have done well, and have earned both your reward and a bonus, as I have mentioned. But you should know that we have a more pressing matter to deal with.
Oh.
It's... Cicero has been in...
Oh, I remember that. Oh, this is
to
interesting.
the sanctuary. I'll let Astrid explain.
But hang on, don't we get the black band? Yeah, don't we get a black band from a guy? I might have missed that. Where... Or am I thinking about Oblivion? I keep mixing up those two. See, I didn't talk to everyone in here. I was in a bit of a rush. But we only get it as a bonus. I think we might get it on another quest. I'll talk to you later. It's this guy here.
Thank you, dear. You are most kind. The jester's cut feels as
I think it's after. Yeah, I think it's after.
Damn it. This never
Now, let's see what we got as a bonus. Hey. Oh, it was money. You're kidding me. Oh. Boring. Oh well. Oh no. Oh, this is cool. Yeah. It's important to get a bonus in this one and kill him right. You get this token. You give it to the lady in Whiterun, and she sends you on a quest to get a unique assassin's armor. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, we'll do that eventually. The strange thing with this is, if you don't have it, you don't get the quest, and you can sell it accidentally.
Happened. We knew better. We knew
We
better.
better put
and
that
still we let our
safely into storage. If we're getting that, we won't. We'll just hop in. We'll have to go through a cave. It's a long one. We'll do it later.
Marrow is dead. I know, but we've got bigger problems right now.
Gabriella mentioned something about Cicero.
The fool went
Ah.
absolutely berserk. He wounded Bizarra,
We
tried
might
to kill me,
just
and then he
barely
died.
have enough time to do
Knew
this
that
quest,
lunatic
guys.
couldn't be trusted.
Yep. Because I'm almost at the 6 hours. This is simple. We go out to Dawnstar. We go to the new sanctuary. And yeah, we let Cicero live. We tell her we've killed him. And we basically, well, we'll pick him up as a follower after we finish the quest line. We'll send him out to Silver Peak. He's an interesting character.
You've got to deal with this situation.
What do you want me to do?
Find that miserable little fool and end his life. But first, find my husband. Make sure he's all right. After the attack,
This was, I found it quite funny, amusing, when I first did this quest.
they disappeared into the wild. Search Cicero's room. Maybe there's something in there that sheds some light.
Oh yeah, this is where we collected journals
Let
now.
me know the minute you find something. I've got to see to Vizara and calm everyone down.
Yeah. Okay, now let's save it here as well. Be careful with this. Yeah, I think there's a few journals here. Now is the time before the attack. Let me see. Okay, we'll make sure and we'll give this place a good search. No. Okay, apparently this way. Okay. We've got this journal here, Cicero's Journal, Volume 3. We've got Volume 4. We've got that piece of junk. 2, Volume 2. And Volume 1. Okay, that's the 4 journals. Junk. More junk. And final volume. That's it. I think that's all of them. Oh, absolutely. He's an awesome follower. He can be a bit annoying, but I like him. Yeah. Let's go something. It's like, yeah, they are, aren't they? But a very, very interesting character. Peter wasn't more like him. There it is. Usual rubbish. Gimme. Right. This will be destroyed anyway, so it doesn't make much of a difference. Usually I wouldn't clear out a dungeon like this, but what have we got here? We're good. Okay. The black weave band or something. I think we get it later. But it was, yeah, I think it was from, oh, I forget that stupid ring. Let's see if I can find these guys again. I swear, whoever makes these dungeons.
Boy, did you...
I was 13, I went on to teach at the college.
Okay.
Have you found something?
None of them truly
Yes,
understood
Cicero's journal.
Good. Does it say
This will
his
be
name
quick.
again?
It is not too bad. Yes, an abandoned sanctuary in Dawnstar.
The Dawnstar Sanctuary?
It's good of him to leave
Never mind,
the
it
password
doesn't
as well, wasn't it?
You need to leave. Now. Every moment
That's
counts.
like
So
I
want you to
remember a
take my
friend
advice.
of a friend of mine.
You'll find him
Remember
outside by
the
the
story
pool.
he told me.
Let's just say he's one of us.
1 second
Find
while we get
Arnbjorn,
this.
Make sure my husband's all right. And then send that jester's twisted little soul to the void. In as many pieces as possible.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, that's good enough. Yeah, but apparently he was living. They're trying to keep us up at night with these designs. Probably, yeah. On hi, Thanksgiving. How have you been? But he was living in a kind of rural area, you know, secluded. But his son had a car with some kind of lights underneath or something, like LED stuff, you know, the stuff that kids have. But they woke up the next morning and apparently someone had stolen these lights, you know. They literally pushed themselves under the car and, you know, undid all the stuff and the wiring, and they took everything. But when they looked in, they noticed beneath the automobile, the guy who was in there obviously stealing the lights lost his driving license, and it was lying on the ground. It had his photo, his ID, his address, everything. So they just brought it into the cops. But talk about, you know, a silly criminal. Imagine that, you know, leaving your driving license at the scene of a crime. And that kind of reminded me there, you know, doing that and then leaving the journals and the passwords. All good. 2-hour nap. Nice. So you got some peace. Peace is very underrated until you have kids, of course. Now, let's do this. Oh, Isaac. And how have you been? Yeah, we're just rushing to get the last quest. Where's this one? Cure for madness. Behold Shadowmere. Behold Shadowmere. There we go. Now, we got that one. Perfect. Yeah, sometimes I actually forget that. Yeah, we'll do that one later. Yeah. Well, we'll have to do it the second we come back on again. That's a kind of lengthy one. But I'd like to get that kind of menu cleaned up, so we'll keep it clean as possible. Sure did. Nice. Oh, why thank you, Kat. I appreciate that. And I think you're very special also. And loved here also. Now, just let me get something from this fridge, guys. Yeah, I've got to keep hydrated all the time. Now, won't be a second. Oh, okay, I'll get some of this. Yeah, this is soda, I'm not too fond of it. Shadowmere from Skyrim or Shadowfax from Lord. I've never played the Lord of the Rings game. Yeah. My grandnephews, yeah. And they played a lot of Lord of the Rings. But I've never played it yet. Now let's you. Okay. Now the problem with this one is the spawn points. You know, I am squeamish about losing NPCs, so we'll be careful here. We'll make sure and clear those spawn points here. This won't take a second. Now. Oh, okay. Have we got junk to sell? Probably.
Please, come and browse our... So many... Take a look.
Okay, I think we have a little bit. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we'll sell you that as well. Now, and this is almost to save Abalone here. There she is. In my opinion, the NPC, the most at-risk NPC from spawns. Yeah, we're okay here. Guys. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Is that just... Nah, that's just a hunter. He's okay. Oh, hang on. Guys, Rex, stop it. You see, it's a bad time for me now with my doggos. Oh.
Stupid dog.
Ah, that's okay. Right. Oh, mostly the big threat is from this roadway. It's usually a couple of ice wraiths or trolls or wolves from the other side. But the hardest NPC to keep alive because of the spawn point there, and I think there's another one about there, and then she literally walks right along here and loops all the way around. But I've done a decent job of keeping her alive on this run. Now, okay, we're pretty okay. Rarely, but you can get a spawn here. And it's usually around there. It can be a wolf or an ice wraith. I have a dog. Yes, I've got Vigilant Thanksgiving in Markart. The problem with the dog system here is you can't get him to stay, you know, where you want, so he's hanging out at the stables in Markart. Now you can pick up those random dogs, and basically they just follow you for a while, usually get killed, so I tell them to stay. You can, I tried it before, I used to... Stop it, Rex. Oh, I mean, sorry, you mean in real life? Oh, I've got two Thanksgiving, they're with me here. They're never more than a few feet away from me. I've got two Pomeranians. Rex is, let me see. Rex will be 12 this coming March, and Toby will be 12 this coming October. Yeah, I've got two here with me, and I've got another guy in another room, and that's Max. Rex I've always had. Toby and Max are more rescues, you know. Toby, how could I explain his situation? Basically, there was a neighbour of a friend, and she had some doggos, and she had Toby. He was very, very young, about 9 months, I think. Now, she would keep him outside. Real life, yeah. Sorry. Just because I spoke to that dog there, I thought you meant that dogs. she would keep him outside, which is not a done thing with a Pomeranian, you know. But she would keep him in with other bigger dogs, and that's kind of okay. But when she was feeding them, she would leave down a huge bowl of food and expected the dogs to share. You know, like they would half everything out, and that's not the way the system goes. So obviously dogs would have to fight for their share. So it did mess with Toby's mind a lot. I remember my friend saying what was going on, and she wanted to sell him. And even though I didn't want another dog, you know, the person she was selling to wasn't much better. So I decided to step in and take the dog. And yeah, he's much better now, but he'll never be right. He's very food aggressive, you know. But he's come a long way. Max, however, that was pretty tragic. He was with a family that should have never had dogs. You know, very careless. And they would allow tiny kids to play with him. He was very, very young. You know, just a couple of months old. And unsupervised as well, so, you know. There was two of them. His sibling as well. But the sibling was put in a tumble dryer by the kids, and the tumble dryer was turned on. So that was horrible. I heard when the repairman came to look at the tumble dryer, he ran out in pure shock, you know. It was like something from a horror movie. You know, not meant by kids, but I absolutely blame the parents for that one. So I took Max then. Yeah. And he was, you know, messed about a lot. He'll never be 100%. He's very, very territorial. He doesn't like other dogs. And if you push him, he would bite, you know. So we have to be very, very careful with Max. Yeah, horrible stuff, you know. Rex is the only guy that is of sound mind. You know, I picked up Max, you know, Rex originally, you know, right from the breeder, right from his mum. Such a lovable dog. I remember picking Rex because there was a litter of them, about 7, and they were with their mum. And he noticed me talking to their owner, you know, the guy that owned the dogs, and he immediately took a shine and ran out to me. He's a very, very friendly dog. I've never seen him being aggressive to any other dog, to any human. He loves everyone. You know, he's a very, very well-mannered dog. Absolutely ideal for kids, you know. I couldn't, I couldn't. I just couldn't leave him there. It would have been easy to forget, and it's kind of a struggle, you know, with 3 dogs. But it's worth it, you know. Absolutely, absolutely. I've always had a dog somewhere in my life or in my family. And, you know, my dad, my granddad, and apparently going back for centuries, you know. But I like cats as well, you know. But just, you know, always been dogs. Yeah. But how a person would treat their pets tells a lot, you know, about the person. I suppose, you know, some people can be going through a hard patch and, you know, genuinely, you know, forget to care properly for a dog. But then you get some people that are just, you know, downright mean. But yeah, Max is, I think the same season as Toby, so he would be about 12 in October. And both of them were roughly, I think, around 10 months old. Toby and Max, and Rex was just a couple of months old, I think. But Rex as a puppy was just the cutest bundle of fur ever. Oh, the other guys, I'm sure as well, but at 10 months old they look a bit different, you know. Oh, hi, OG. Durrell, how have you been? There we go, let's talk to this guy.
Astrid would send you.
Your
What
heart.
gave it away?
Oh, Cicero.
Yeah, gotta admit that little Jester's good with that butter knife. I gave as good as I got.
Sure you did.
In there, through the door. Some old sanctuary.
Pretty good. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Had a decent rest today and, yeah, you know, enjoyed this stream. So how's your weekend going? Anything interesting? I know the phrase, I'll get Cicero, you go home.
Alright, you convinced me. Doubt I'd be much good to you anyway. The little fop cut me pretty deep. But I slashed him good. Pretty sure I severed an artery. Don't know what you're gonna find in there. But you can probably just follow the blood.
Yep, we will do that. Now, I think there's a force sat inside. Oh, grabbed a unique set of Jester stuff. I think we get 2. I can eventually get 1 from Cicero. I think I can literally pickpocket it off him. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I heard about that. It's pretty decent. I remember the old one. I never got around to playing that one yet. Yeah, this is the set. Jester's boots, Jester's clothes. We'll take the hat. We'll take the gloves, boots. Yeah, unique set. So that's always good for decoration. Right. Oh, I just hate it when you give me the spammy quests here. Okay. There's no point in taking this because this is our house. Hey. Just the unique stuff that we want for display. Okay, hang on. Not as tough as I thought it was. Oh yeah, we're taking that. That's a skill book. And that's a skill book. Oh, sugar. Guys, these guys are a lot more, a lot stronger than I thought they were. Dodgy. There, we're okay now. Okay. I'm just looking for the unique junk. We have eventually a lot of decorating to do. Now, let's see where we are.
You're still alive. This respects the listener's abilities, of course, but could you at least slow down a bit? Not what I used to be.
Oh, I like the Spartan move. Yeah, I remember a little torture chamber or something in here. Let me see. That's about it. Okay. We'll make this as brief as we can, guys. It's just a little bit of dialogue eventually with this guy, and we obviously let him live.
Not an original part of the sanctuary per se. Let's call it a forced addition. Forced by what? Oh, come and see. All right. So Cicero attacked that Orlan Astrid. Surely the listener understands.
What have we got here? Okay. Right. Let's push forward. Which way? Oh. Huh. Yeah, that's the blood trail, so we follow this way. Okay. This is the end of the line here. I think, probably. Oh, it's a large dungeon, isn't it? It's not really worth going through the coffins.
Just forget about this. Let bygones be bygones.
Oh? Okay. Oh, sugar. There, not too bad. Now... I'm really sure there's something interesting down here, I'm not... Maybe I'm thinking about another game. Ah, there it is. Knew there was something here. Yeah, the boss chest. Come on. Don't you need to fix this buggy lockpicking thing? Rubbish. Okay. Now. Yeah, this is it, guys. Oh, hi, Blonde, and thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. I was just getting ready to raid myself. I've been on almost 6.5 hours. And I would have been gone about 20 minutes ago, but we were kind of into this quest, so thought I'd get it done. So how have you been, Blonde? Yeah, that's about it, guys. So... we'll tell Astrid he's dead. Oh, hi, Mert. And how have you been? Well, I hope. There's only one cure now. Yeah, okay, we'll go with that one.
Oh, I like that. Very good, very good. Creative.
Good, just a little tired. Oh.
But killing me would be a mistake. Oh, yes. You would displease our mother. For she's your mother, too, isn't she? Listener. Walk away. Let poor Cicero live.
Oh, we'll be walking away from this one, alright.
Stabbed, strangled, drowned, poor Cicero.
Oh, come on, Cicero. Let's see. Yeah, he's got the whole thing here. But you see this one? Yeah, I would kind of wait till we get him in as a follower before I'd steal that one.
Do what you will, Cicero.
Yeah, it will always spawn back. I don't want to mess with him here. There. So we just leave. We'll tell Astrid we killed them. Or leave the sanctuary. Let's leave. How do we... And there it is. Yeah, we get out of here real quick. Okay. Why is it, Oh yeah. It's down this way, isn't it, guys? Yeah, I think it is. Kind of brings us back around to the doorway. Yeah, who designs these dungeons? Oh, for goodness sake. Who designs these dungeons anyway? Yeah, it's over there. Probably this way. No. It's there. This way? Oh, okay, I'm doing something wrong. This is the way we came in. This should be the way out here. Yeah. Here, and then... Yeah, there it is. There we go. We got this. We got this. There. Got it. Report back to Astrid. This is where we'll leave this, guys, because it breaks into a really large quest. So what I'll do from here is I want to go straight back to Lakeview. And then later I'll come in and I'll clear the junk. And, yeah, we should be good. And get ready for the next stream. So what was this? This was my last stream of the week, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. This is my Saturday night stream. So let me save it here one more time. And I think I will leave it here. Just coming up to 6.5 hours, guys. And it's almost 8 AM for me. So I need to get a couple of hours shut-eye. Probably do for your errands, get something to eat. And the soonest you'll see me, or the latest you'll see me, will be Tuesday. You know, the Tuesday, Friday, Saturday schedule. And of course, again, if I find the time and I'm feeling well enough, I will absolutely do an unscheduled stream. And good night, Blonde, and thanks again for raiding and stopping in. Appreciate it. So, yeah, we'll do our raid. We'll say some of our friends should be streaming something similar. But yeah, the latest I'll be back will be Tuesday. So, goodbye, Blonde, and Terry, Hufflepuff and Tigger if you're watching. And of course, Cat. Have a wonderful weekend, ladies. Take care and stay safe. And goodbye, Mert, Durell, Suburban Werewolf, Thanksgiving, Zik, let's see what's this here, Zik. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I had a name here a minute ago and it's disappeared. Oh yeah, and Papa, and Storm. Have a great weekend, guys, and thanks for hanging out, and thanks again for raiding. Storm, appreciate that. Someone else I missed there. That's weird. Oh yeah, no, hang on. Okay. All the tanks are showing the same colour, it's hard to distinguish. There it is, Shrugsy. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Shrugsy. Have a wonderful weekend and stay safe. I know I missed one. And of course, Pyro. Thanks for hanging out, Pyro. Have a great weekend and take care. We mentioned Terry, we did, and Papa. Let me see. Terry, and Fat Cat. Yeah, have a good one, Fat Cat. And thanks for watching. That's everyone I can see, guys. I've probably missed a few. Take care, Papa, and stay safe. So, my apologies to anyone I might have missed, and again to everyone who is watching and lurking. I appreciate it, guys. So, right, let's get going. So if you could bear with me for a little moment, and we'll get this raid done. My dogs are awoke now, so my time is going to be filled here. So, we'll see which of our friends are out here, and we'll stop in and we'll say hi. So, let's see who's out there.